Okay, I'm just setting the live stream up. I won't be too long, hopefully. I typically run a monitor of the stream on a screen alongside me, so I can keep an eye on the conversation while I'm flying. The laptop I do that on is a Chromebook, if anyone's interested. Chromebooks are remarkably good for utility functions like this. Okay, I have the live stream up and running. So, yes, we are in the Coronado Cessna Skymaster 337 today. So hopefully it should be a little bit more reliable than some of the other aircraft we've tried. I'm just going to go and change my sound. Have I chosen the correct thing here? Let's have a look. Logitech gaming headset, that's correct. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so let's go and get this aircraft powered up. So before I do that, I'm going to pull up a checklist. So I've been working on a checklist for the 337. You'll have seen it if you are subscribed to my blog. So I'm just going to go and pull it up. I've got another computer alongside the one I use for Flight Simulator. So it's, although I say computer, it's a Raspberry Pi. Okay, this is interesting. The Raspberry Pi has forgotten who I am, which is always useful. So bear with me for a moment while I sort that out. We will get flying soon. I'll put this on the outside view while we're waiting for me to sort my life out. Says something, doesn't it, in today's world that I have to go through multiple security hoops to log into my own account. To make sure that nobody else can. With multi-factor authentication in every single direction. Getting there. Here we go. So 337. I want the process for starting the 337 on my second screen. And I have it at last. Okay, let's go and jump inside the airplane then. So I've already filled it up with fuel all the way to the top. We're going to go and first of all make sure we've got the correct control profile for the airplane. We want a 2-engine profile for flying the 337, which will map each engine to the... There it was, just went past it. Apply. Go back, resume. Okay, so let's just check that. So throttles are working nicely. Right, so battery on. Altimeters alternators on. This is going to be good, isn't it, if this is how we're going to be going on today. Cal flaps, check they are open. They both are. So overhead, we're going to make sure that this one is in the green and that this one is in the green. Whoa. Okay, that makes sense. And then back down in the cockpit, we're going to check the fuel. The right bank of gauge is on the left side. I'm just checking around the cockpit while we're looking as well, just to see what is where and how it's configured. So we've got the exhaust gas temperature there, we've got fuel flow over here. We've got the manifold pressure, RPM. So yeah, on the left side of the right bank of gauges, we've got the fuel. Then we've got the oil pressure, oil temperature, cylinder head temperature. So if you've never seen this aircraft before, this is the Cessna 337. It's got two engines, one at the front, one at the back. So you're pushing and pulling the whole time. Okay, so we've checked the fuel is good. And we're going to go and start the engines. So we're going to go and put the beacon light on. And then let's do this from the pilot's eye view. It's easier, isn't it? We're going to make sure the mixtures are on rich. The propellers are fully forward. We're going to crank the throttles open. And then we're going to start the front engine first. So we're going to put the auxiliary pump to high. And then throttles, left throttle to 50%, and 75%. And again, this isn't actually simulated accurately. You should be seeing needles moving when we do this, but you don't. So this is a Carenado aircraft. It's not got tremendous simulation of the systems. So then once you've done that, that can come back and the pumps can come off. So it's a bit of a stab at realism there, but not going to make much difference. So we're going to go and turn the engine to start. And we get the engine running. And we want to target 1,000 RPM. So we're just looking at the needle over here and letting it warm up. So because of the because it's not really simulated wonderfully, you can see the needles are coming up into the green. That's all good. So then we're going to go and do the right engine. So we could do the test with the fuel pumps. We're not going to bother because we know it doesn't really do anything in the aeroplane. So we're going to hold the engine open a small amount and turn the ignition over to start. And the engine's running. And now we've got the engines both running. And we should have about 1,000 RPM on both. Yes, we have. Switched on the avionics. We can go and turn on the weather radar as well. And we can go and find the transponder, which is over in this corner, and put it on standby. We should have a GPS route already programmed in. So we just wait for that to boot up. I'm quite happy using the GNS 530. Okay, it's nice having the fancy modern GPS systems, but the 530 works fine as well. For what we'll need it for, it'll be perfect. So I've already calibrated the altimeter. We can calibrate gyros. I've already done that as well. That's all fine. just waiting for the satellites to capture, then we'll be good to go. So Bossman Gaming says in the live stream chat, hope you're well, Jonathan. Thanks for your awesome videos. I find them very helpful when flying new aircraft. All I'm really doing is sharing what I've learned as I go along. Obviously there are holes in what I've learned and sometimes I get things wrong. But yeah, if it's helpful to others, that's great. I think maybe I give people a bit of a shortcut on their learning process sometimes, or I give them ideas, things they can go do. And if that's all that I achieve, I think that's enough really. So if we press the message button, yeah, it's just giving us the usual information. Here we go, it's come up with the route, and we've got, yeah, the route is in there. So if we zoom out a bit, we can see the route on the map. We'll go on, put this on the first page of the group, which gives us a rose. And we can go get ready to taxi. So we want the nav lights on now. Taxi light on. Pitot heat not yet. Let's have a look outside. Just going to check the volume level. So I've got it running at 100% at the moment. I'm going to turn the airplane down a little bit. We're also going to change the time of day, otherwise it's going to get dark on us. Because this is going to be a long flight, and we're going to reverse it and have a morning flight. Okay, so let's have a little look at the map, let's see where we are. So we're at Podgorica in Montenegro. We're going to double back on ourselves, go for runway 18, and then we're going to take off and head off across the map. We'll turn off the centering because it won't be useful to us. We'll also go and load Navigraph while we're at it. I've already got Volanta up and running to record the flight. So when I do the blog post to go with the flight later on, it will have the links to the Volanta trek already in it. So we'll go in here and we'll do a new flight and we can put the details in. So usually I pull this in from SimBrief. I guess we could, just for a bit of completeness, so people get to see that happen. So if I go to SimBrief, wait for it to load. It's taking a while, isn't it? Dispatch system. Create a new flight. I don't know if it's got the Cessna 337 actually. So departing from Podgorica, which is LYPG, and we're heading eventually to LGKJ. Let's see if it's got the Cessna. No, it hasn't. Oh no, there it is. Cessna 337. It has got it. So it's going to work it out. It's a long way, so it's going to get it wrong because we're going to change it anyway. Yeah, it's done it a crazy route. We're going to go at 5,000 feet for the most part, and we're going to go via the VORs. Analyze route. And it's valid, of course it's valid, and it takes us down through Albania and Greece, across the Greek islands, into Turkey. Generate the flight. Yeah, let's go and sit inside. Nice and rumbly inside. Flight exceeds aircraft range. No, it doesn't. Oh, we can stop for fuel on the way if we need to. But we'll lean it out. This is where I want to fly at 5,000 feet or more, and we'll cut the mixture right back. Okay, so what were we doing? Oh yes, we were about to load into Navigraph, weren't we? So if we unload that and then we import now, we can import from SimBrief, and we can get that route that we've just pulled, and it will put that in SimBrief as well, and we can go for the VFR map, and that will give us some good information along the way. So we can crib and look at lots of different things. Okay, so we're ready to taxi. So park and brake off. We were going to double back on ourselves, weren't we? So center our view up, head tracking on. There's no other aeroplanes around. I'm on the Southeast Asia server if anybody did want to come and join in, but to be honest, I'm going to put it on autopilot for the most part and just trundle along and go and amuse ourselves with looking at the information on the route as we go. My gamer tag is John Beckett, JONBECKETT. Same as my YouTube tag, same as my name in pretty much all of the social networks. I think the only one where I've used a different name is Snapchat, but I don't use Snapchat typically. I've got it installed at the moment because one of my daughters wanted me to do something on it. But I may be uninstalling it again because there's just so many random bots that try to add you as a friend. It annoys the life out of me. Okay, so we're on the runway. Landing light can come on. Pitot heat can come on. And we're pretty much good to go. So the cowl flaps are open. We don't need flaps. It's an enormously long runway. Keeping an eye on the manifold pressure there, keep it below 25. The RPM is maxed out at the moment, we'll calm all that down in a bit. So just coming up through 60 knots. And gently pull back. We're heavy because of all the fuel, remember. So it's struggling to get off the ground. Gear can come up. Okay, we can go and close those cowl flaps now. And slow left turn, and we're onto the track. So I'm trimming as we go. So I've got it in GPS mode on the autopilot. While we're getting the airplane sorted out, we can go and turn the course round to go the same direction we're going. We'll also go and straighten up the heading bug. So we'll go for heading navigation mode at the moment, turn the autopilot on, and we'll set it. It's climbing at the moment at about 800 feet a minute, which is absolutely fine. So we'll pull the RPM back now. I'm going to have to turn head tracking off to do this accurately because it tends to drift a little bit and you can't get things pixel perfect. I'm just watching the RPMs over here. So yeah, still a bit fast. There we go. Manifold pressure's fine. So we're coming up for 2,000 feet. As soon as we come up to 3,000, we can take care of that. So let's turn the heading bug back across our track slightly. And we could actually go and tune in that first VOR. I don't know if we'll be able to pick it up actually from this range. So show information on the Tirana VOR. It hasn't done it, has it? Show information on... Oh, sorry, maybe I selected the airport there by accident. So range is 200 miles. Okay, yeah, we'll be able to pick it up. 117.70. So we'll change the focus over. So 117.70. We'll change the CDI to VLOC mode. We're not using navigation mode yet. So we haven't picked this up yet. That's interesting. Okay, we'll go back to GPS for the moment. But we'll see this light up with the DME information when it does get a signal. So at this point then we'll go nav mode using GPS, and the airplane's going to follow the track. Or at least that's the plan. You see 54 miles to run to the next waypoint. Let's zoom out a little bit and you'll be able to see it. There we go. So you can see the route. So we've just come back onto the GPS track and the plane's now straightening up onto it. Did I not change that to... That's why we didn't pick it up. I didn't set it to active. There we go, we've got the VOR signal now. So if we go to VLOC mode, we can just line that up. And then there we go. Trouble is I'm not going to be able to add people as friends without pausing the sim. And I'm not going to do that, so sorry about that. So we come through 3,000 feet already, we can start to lean the engine out. Which will save our fuel enormously. And we can start to pull the RPM back as well. See, if it was accurately simulated, as you pull the RPM back, the manifold pressure should go up because you're putting more torque through it. But it doesn't. We've already closed the cow flaps, haven't we? Yeah. So landing lights can come off, taxi lights can come off, and we're getting settled in for a very long trip. So we can see we got a lot of fuel. We're going to be absolutely fine. We got an ADF gauge. I wonder if there's any non-directional beacons around that we can go play with as well while we're flying. I don't think there are there? Certainly can't see any nearby, and the range on them doesn't tend to be very long, but we've got lots of VORs to play with. So in VLOC mode, it's gone to... Yeah, it turned nav off. We're almost on the track anyway, because we were aligned and there's not much wind around. So we're coming up towards about 5,000 feet, which is what I want to be cruising at. So we'll turn altitude hold on when we get there. So if you're wondering how you control climb rate in the 337, there's a knob down here when you're on autopilot. So if you have if you haven't got altitude hold on, that's how you control it. So we're just coming up to 5,000 and I'll go for altitude hold when we get there. It's quite impressive that we're doing 120 knots in the climb and we're climbing quite steeply, sort of 600 feet a minute. There we go. That's 5,000 feet. And we get to enjoy the scenery. So I'll try and get the view so you get a nice view on the way. So if we go over this side, this is quite a nice view, isn't it? And if we pull up our LittleNavMap as well and put that into open window layout, minimal, open, and put it over here, you can see where we are in the world. I'll go and get rid of the taskbar as well. There we go. Okay, so now I have some time, I can start looking at the live stream comments. So, Tazzy says, "G'day, John. What do you use for head tracking? Just your standard Track IR or Tobii?" It's a Tobii Eye Tracker. They gave me one ages ago. I was on the point of buying a Track IR and was looking for them and couldn't find a good supply anywhere. And while I was actually looking, Tobii reached out to me, and they were doing a big sales promotion at the time. And they said, "We'd love to send you one for you to try out and do some videos with." So I did that, and then I said, you know, I asked them, I said, "Do you want this back?" And they said, "No, you can keep it." So I was quite pleased about that. That was the one. That was the first ever commercial thing I did on my channel where somebody sent me something. There's been a few since then with other bits and pieces, but yeah, I was really lucky. What else is here? Do you fly the Boeing 247D much? I love doing the mail routes with that plane. I have flown it in the past. My problem is I change planes all the time because obviously there's new planes coming out all the time. I do go back and fly the older ones, and the other problem at the moment is just time. This isn't my day job. This is a hobby. So that's why typically, I'm in the UK, and that's why typically, if you think about it, my videos appear very late at night. So I don't get undisturbed, a couple of hours to devote to it until late in the evening, typically. So Tazzy says, "How does it feel? Difficult to tune, perhaps? Been really interested in getting into head tracking." Let's go and turn it on and show you it. So if I go and press head tracking, so it's switched on now. Okay, I'm going to do something I very rarely do on the channel, and I'm hoping the room isn't too untidy behind me. You'll notice one of the downsides of it. So I'm just going to get sat straight in the chair. Bear with me. So this is a very rare thing for me, an appearance on this channel. If I go insert camera, you can see me. Okay? So now you can see what happens when I'm looking straight at the screen right now. And I can see I've got a webcam directly above. If I turn left, then that's what we see. If I turn right, then that's what we see. So notice I'm not turning as much as the camera turns, and that's on purpose, obviously, otherwise I won't be able to see the screen. But it's remarkable how quick you get used to it, being able to just look around. And the same for looking down and looking up. Yeah. And you can tilt. It's quite amusing, and obviously I can crane forwards and backwards. You can destroy your own illusion inside the aeroplane, because like you just saw, you can put your head through the window, or if you lean back too far, you can go behind the seat. So it's up to you really how you arrange that. Quite commonly you'll find me zooming out, and notice that I put my hand in front and it confused it. So yeah, it doesn't like things being in the way. A coffee cup is a classic. You take a sip of a coffee, it will see the mug and not be able to figure out the shape of your face. So it will get confused by that. But bizarrely, things like glasses and even sunglasses make no difference to it. So it can still watch your eyes. So I'll show you that. If I pull up the Tobii, I think it's the Ghost app. I don't use eye tracking in Flight Simulator, but if we go in here, I can do a preview of eye tracking, and when I do that, you're now seeing exactly where my eyeballs are looking in the cockpit. Okay, so I guess I think this has limited usefulness in terms of a simulator, but I just wanted to show you something. So like, say I look at the indicated airspeed there, or I look at the attitude indicator, or I look at the altimeter. So notice how accurate it is to begin with. And we're looking at nav 2 over there, and then vertical speed, and then the HSI, and then the engine gauges, or the fuel gauges I should say, and the clock, and you can look over at the GPS. And if we look really closely, for example, you can see I can look at each individual button, and it's remarkably accurate. So the big question is, what if you wear glasses? I'm even going to put sunglasses on, and they make no difference to it. Yeah, it's quite stunning really, isn't it? So I can look at the altimeter, and I can look at the attitude indicator, I can look at the DME up there, look at the audio panel, and glasses make absolutely no difference. And what about normal reading glasses? So if I put my normal glasses on, because my eyes are falling to pieces because I'm getting old, then yeah, same deal. Glasses make no difference to it, and neither does light or dark, because the Tobii is using its own infrared beam into the room, I think. So you can turn all the lights off and it'll still work, it'll still be perfectly happy, or just the light from the screen it will be happy with. So I'm going to turn the ghost back off, but yeah, and I'll go back into here and turn it back to full screen, because you've had enough of seeing my face on the stream. But yeah, being able to lean forwards to look at things is actually, there's another benefit to it. You get in the habit, if you don't have head tracking, of actually clicking on very small click spots in the distance, you know, the other side of the cockpit, and you'll be quite happily doing that. That's a lot more difficult to do with head tracking, because you don't realise how much you waggle your head around like a lunatic most of the time, or I do. So you end up having to lean forwards to give yourself more wiggle room with the mouse. And it's remarkable again how quickly you get used to that. But that has another effect actually, that in terms of the video, you're using your head as a direction tool. So you're almost thinking of yourself as a bit of a cinematographer. So when you're looking around, you will hold your view steady for a couple of seconds to let people see what you're seeing, and you would try not to flail around too much. The first few days I had the Tobii Eye Tracker, I got neck ache because I was so aware of that. So I was obviously holding my head very carefully in position, but it's amazing actually, the muscles in your neck get used to it really quickly. Or if you're doing something in a bigger cockpit with lots of switches and buttons, you have a hotkey to turn it on and off. So you've seen me doing that in the past, so I'll go and press the key to turn it off, and now I'm normal, you know, just drag the view with the mouse. If I turn it back on, it comes back on. If it does drift away and gets out of calibration with where you're sitting, or you go away and you come back and you're in a different place, and obviously that's no good, is it? I can actually press another hotkey that recenters me. But then obviously if I scoop myself back into the desk, so you have a couple of keys mapped, one to center it, one to switch it on and off. But beyond that, you can actually tune it as well. So within the simulator, within the control sensitivities, you can go and play with the Tobii Eye Tracker sensitivities, and you can say how much it reacts to the turn of your head, the tilt up and down of your head, or the roll of your head even. It's very, very good. Anyway, enough of that for the moment. That's enough of my sales pitch. But it does make a huge difference. The Tobii Eye Trackers are not cheap. They are much more expensive than Track IR, but the stories I've heard about Track IR is the software can be flaky, and it's very it can be affected by outside influences like, you know, the light in the room or other reflective things nearby can confuse it. It does make, if you're doing a VFR flight, for example this one, if I'm sat here, I will tend to go and switch it on, because then we can look outside and, you know, we can watch things as we go past. Where are we on the route? So yeah, we can go and show you where we are on the route. So we're just approaching Tirana in Albania, I believe. Let's have a look at the map. Yeah, So Tirana, the Tirana VOR is over the top, as you can see, of Tirana Air Base. And then we'll fly over towards North Macedonia on our route. These mountains are gorgeous, aren't they? If my geography was better, I'd be able to tell you what mountain range that is. But my geography is pretty appalling. Having said that, my geography has got much, much better since I've been messing around with Flight Simulator. It's been incredible, actually. When we've done the odd pub quiz on an evening and gone out for the evening, everybody's turned to me when it's come to geography questions. It's been quite amusing. And, you know, a couple of years back, that would not have been the case at all. But that's one of the huge things about this simulator, isn't it? It allows you to see the entire world. It is fantastic. But yeah, this mountain range is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? If we go and look, if we pull up LittleNavMap bigger, we can zoom in, because we've got Google Maps on terrain view, and you'll see there's the mountain range, look. It goes all the way down the middle of Albania. It's huge. And then continues on all the way down through Greece. Absolutely gigantic. Just reading Tazzy's comment there about playing Civilization for the landmarks. Yep. Whoa, we've just had the throttle glitch. I don't know if anybody else has seen that happening in the sim. There's a big throttle glitch that came about following the last update, where now and again while you're flying, the throttles will suddenly cut to zero and you have to wiggle them. So you have to be present in the cockpit, really. If you have an auto throttle on an aircraft, it defeats it, so it will it won't be affected by it. Yeah, so is it Espolete? I'm not sure how you say your name there, but saying about the Tesla autopilot, it's a similar thing, where this bug at the moment means you do have to be present and aware of what's going on. Yeah, look, those needles haven't even moved yet. Well, they have started to move. So where we've leaned the engine out to fly at 5,000 feet, we are going to have to go higher, by the way, and you can see why. So unless we change our route at some point, if we go window, open window layout, default, and open the altitude plot in LittleNavMap, you're going to see there's that one. It's right there. So the mountain is there that we are seeing appearing. It's the Scenic National Park. So you can see it. And I bet if we were to go and add a position to the flight plan off to one side, yeah, look at that. It's taken that heat, taken that out of it. So if we, let's try to go further up to one side maybe. So we are still going to need a little bit more height, or we'll just need to pick our route carefully when we get there. So we'll leave it on this route, but we'll just go manual when we get near there. makes you see the world in a different perspective, doesn't it? When you see all of these settlements and cities and towns, and you think there's thousands and thousands of people that live down there. And they all have lives and children and concerns, and they all go to work, and they all try to do their best at stuff. Some more successfully than others. They all had parents, and they all have children. Or some of them have children. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, when you start thinking about all those houses in regards to that. There's a lot of people, so I'm guessing, yeah, this is Tirana, so this is the capital of Albania, isn't it? So there's the main city that we're seeing out stretched across this plain. So we are going to be turning left any moment, heading over. Oh, actually, so that isn't the mountain that we're going to see, because we're going to be going that way. So it's just the general level of the ground is increasing slowly. So should we go for a couple of extra 1,000 feet? So what we can do is turn off altitude hold mode. So the airplane's now just doing attitude hold. And then we can roll this, and you'll see the vertical speed come up. So that's fine. 500 feet a minute is absolutely fine. And we'll just continue climbing for a little while. We've gone out of nav mode, haven't we? Wonder when that happened. Oh, we went over the top of the VOR. Okay, so let's go back to GPS mode and then go to nav mode. So changing GPS mode will have cancelled it as well. Notice it's not going to perform magic tricks to keep on the route. So we've overflown, and we're not on an intercept course anymore. So we're going to have to go heading mode. And notice you can do heading and nav now. So let's go and turn our heading for an intercept course with the leg. So if we turn the... Is it going to let us do this? Oh, of course this won't reflect it, will it? Because GPS doesn't work the same as the VORs, which is a shame, but there you go. So we're now on an intercept course. So in common with lots of other navigation systems, what it will do is stay on heading and nav, so it's favouring heading until it gets close enough to capture the route, and then it will switch to nav mode. It's in GPS. It's famous last words, of course. It won't actually do what we want it to do now, will it? We've stopped climbing. But we're only climbing very gently. So while we were making the turn, we obviously lost some lift, and the throttle buggers hit us again. At least we get the buzzer in this aircraft that tells you it's happened, which is good. So should we tune for the next VOR while we're on this intercept course with the track? So 11250. Switch it to active. And then, yeah, it hasn't picked it up yet, look. So we're just coming up for 6,000 feet. Tazzy says, could you do the SWS PC-12 on one of the legs? Dad flew them for the RFDs for a decade and a bit in India before moving to Gulfstreams. Furthermore, want to make sure it's actually good. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I'll consider it. If I remember. So I guess the next leg will be along the south coast of Turkey, because Turkey is a huge country. So we're deliberately aiming for a smaller airfield near our approach to Turkey. If we go and look at the map, we're going to, obviously we've got to fly all the way down through Greece yet and across the islands, but when we do get to Turkey, which will be, we're going to cross over the Dalaman VOR and then come down to this tiny little airfield down here on an island off the coast of, it's actually a Greek island I think, but it's Kastelorizo. It's just south of Kash on the southwestern coast, but yeah, look how big Turkey is. So that would be almost be a flight getting across Turkey, and then we have to start charting a route across, probably through Syria, Iraq, Kuwait. It would be good to cross lots of countries, wouldn't it? And then into maybe Iran or the Qatar and the Emirates, Oman maybe, and then cross across into Pakistan, and down across India. It's going to be good fun. Across Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam. But again, we might change the route and go further south at this point, because at some point we're going to need to get to the islands, so we'll have to come across Papua New Guinea or down the coast of Australia and then go island hopping on some pretty long legs. Unless we go north and then we use the big jets like the 777 or something to come maybe across to Japan and then jump to Hawaii, even, and then over to the US. But yeah, it's going to be good fun. Right, where are we? We've probably overflown. Oh no, we haven't overflown the track just yet. We're just approaching it. So you will notice the heading mode will switch off, or it should switch off when we get to the track, and it will just go to nav mode. So you can see the CDI, or course deviation indicator, is coming in, which basically means that we are almost on the track. And you can see the marker there is coming into the middle. It's the same as this. There it goes. It's just dropped heading mode. Nav mode has actually gone to, it usually goes for about a 30 or 45 degree intercept. So this looks like about 45. And then it will straighten up when it hits the track. So Tazzy is saying about the F-15E debacle in DCS. Extra cautious with your money. That's a problem between the developer and Eagle Dynamics though, isn't it? I don't know the full story of, I don't think anybody knows the full story of what happened there. But there's obviously a commercial disagreement between the aircraft developer and Eagle Dynamics, where I think Eagle Dynamics kept releasing updates that broke aeroplanes, and the developer eventually threw their hands in the air. I think that's what's at the root of it. I'm not entirely sure, but it caused a number of aircraft to disappear from these, or to receive no further updates. So then, therefore, if there are further breaking updates to the simulator, those aircraft will no longer be fixed. Yeah, it's a shame. That said, DCS is creaking. It's the engine behind DCS is old. It probably needs a complete rewrite, but I don't think they're big enough to do it. You know, to take the hit. So we are 30 miles out from the next VOR. We can see it coming, and we still haven't got. Probably because this mountain range is in the way. And is this the mountain range we need to be wary of? Let's have a look at the map. We're still climbing. We're almost 8,000 feet. So I think we'll go to altitude hold, because this looks like we'll have plenty of room over the top now. So I'll wait till we get to 8,000 and stop our climb. And the throttle's just kicked in again. Just waiting for the needle to come up. And we should be good. Okay, we've gone to altitude hold for 8,000 feet and we're good to go. Just going to check the engine instruments. Everything's looking good. RPM is in the green. Manifold pressure. Because we've climbed, look, we can actually put more power down. So in piston engine aircraft, yeah, we're absolutely at full throttle there, look. You become altitude limited unless you've got a supercharger. Which is why you see things like the DC-6 have got superchargers, and then they can get a whole load more power because they can compress the air coming into the cylinders. Because the problem is, yeah, obviously the higher you get in the sky, the thinner the air gets, and the less pressure there is in the cylinders, so you become limited in the amount of power you can produce at a given power level that you're commanding. It's an interesting one. It's a long way down now, isn't it? Although saying that, the hills are getting bigger, so we're occasionally not that high. Let's have a look at the map and see where we are in terms of the real world. So we're going across Sjebanik National Park on the way towards the OHR VOR, which is Ohrid, which is just over the border into, if I zoom out, like I said, my geography is shocking, North Macedonia. And then we'll cross back over the border, briefly, into Albania, before we go into Greece. And then we'll be over Greece for a long time. Obviously you don't get the altitude limitation in turboprops because they obviously work very differently. They don't have pistons, so they don't have to worry about the amount of pressure coming in. So it would be interesting actually to do a couple of legs of this route, maybe using the Turbine Duke or something like that. What did we have the engine failure in the other day? Was that the Turbine Duke? I'm just trying to remember. We could go with the maybe the black box. There's a Bonanza, isn't there? There's also a Baron. There's not many people live around here, is there? I think there's one tiny little house down there that we're just passing past. How remote is that? So we will be turning right. There's a lake just after these ridges. You can't quite see it yet. 16 miles away. We're going to look on the map. So the lake is called Lake Ohrid. So it makes sense, doesn't it, with the VOR being called that as well. And then we're going to turn right, heading down towards. Now, what's this? The full name of this one? Aristoteles VOR in Greece, northern Greece. So while we're flying along, I'll try and find the startup procedure for the 337. I'll post it as a link in the YouTube while we're flying. So it'll be at Kofi, where the rest of my stuff is. Shops. Cessna 337 startup procedure. There it is. Okay, I'll comment on my own live stream chat. Cessna 337 startup procedure. And if I pin that to chat, it will go up there. Hurrah! There's lots, obviously, if you go and look in my Kofi account, I've written up procedures for all sorts of things. So should we pull up LittleNavMap, and we'll go to Window, Open Window Layout, Minimal, and that will put it over here, and we can actually see on the map up there while we're flying along. Do that. Doesn't look quite right, does it? There we go. You get a nice view out of one side of the aircraft while we're flying along, and I can turn the head tracking off for a bit and I can go make a coffee. So let's have a little look at the live stream comments before I disappear for a bit. So yeah, DCS has done it for years by this stage. It was over the original code. So Eagle Dynamics demands that in selling a module, you give them the source code to which they can use for themselves. Oh, I didn't know that. That's not good. But then it's similar to the terms of people putting airplanes in the Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, the thing about them using the code themselves is probably hearsay or rumor. The actual story is more likely that they have to take ownership of it to distribute it, or to check that it doesn't do anything bad to the simulator, to have a look at the source code themselves. And that's very common. And that's the part of the reason I believe that of why the fly-by-wire aircraft are not in the marketplace anymore. They were briefly, but I think that part of the development team were at issue with those legal requirements because the fly-by-wire is open source. And I think it had to become licensed to one of the licenses in order for it to appear in the marketplace. You know, it had to be relicensed. And the problem with the open source licenses for any commercial organization is if you're using something open source, that's absolutely fine and you can wrap it up in a service. But then anything you create as a derivative work from it also has to be shared in the same way. But quite beyond that, there may be legal reasons why Asobo can't allow the original license that the software was wrapped up in to continue while being sold from their store, because it may be at odds with their with their own licensing. And if you can't change to use their licensing, then you can't be in the store, basically. And that's fair. That's, they've put all the effort into making the platform. It does wind me up a little bit sometimes when people expect to have the freedom to do whatever they want on other people's platforms that they get for free. Obviously in Flight Simulator you've bought the simulator, but you're getting an awful lot for nothing. You're getting all of this streaming of data over the internet, which Asobo are footing the bill for. And it's not cheap. Okay, we're making the turn at the Ohrid VOR, and now we are turning south towards Greece, eventually. Yeah, so sorry if I'm boring everybody with my views about software development, but I've actually written open source software in the past and released it and maintained it. And I've also obviously work in a commercial organisation where we have to protect our interests. So I understand both sides. So Joe Jones is saying, does this aircraft have functionality for the GTN 750? Yes, you can switch it on. I'm not going to because it will wipe out my flight plan, so I'm just going with the default GNS 530. I can show you how you do it though. There's a tablet in the aeroplane, in common with many of the Coronado aeroplanes, and in the tablet you get the option to choose what radio kit you want depending on what you've got installed. So this dialogue will change according to what it can see that you've got. So we could use a PMS GTN 750, we can use a TDS XI. Yeah, so it will, and notice there's a warning there, look, once you have switched on the XI you can't deactivate it. But there's some shortcuts in there to start the aeroplane up. There's a very minimal takeoff checklist, landing checklist. So yeah, there's some bits and pieces in the tablet which are very good. Coronado are very good. They're not study level. But for the most part, for most people, if you just want a reliable aeroplane that will keep trucking, or keep flying even, they're very good and they always look amazing. And they're functional, and I heard somebody that used to come flying with me quite a lot. If he's out there listening, you're going to recognise what I'm going to say in a moment. He likened the Coronado aircraft a bit like the toy steering wheels that children can put on the back of a car seat, in that the switches and the knobs are all there and you can play with them, but they won't necessarily have any impact on what the aeroplane's doing. So you saw that earlier where the power and the mixture was a bit simplified in terms of what it was actually doing. And the same with the cowl flaps, they won't really affect it. And say any of the more complicated aeroplanes that maybe have carb heating and things like that, yeah, good luck with a Coronado aeroplane imagining that it might do anything of consequence. So the Coronado aeroplanes always look wonderful inside. They always look photographic, and the finish on curved structures. And so if I go back to head tracking to show you around this in detail. So yeah, if you go and look around, the glass and the paint even is brilliantly done usually. Even the panels, the things you wouldn't normally look at, are fantastic. And it just always looks photographic in the Coronados. They are very, very good at it. Yeah, even at areas like, that you're not going to look at typically. So if we go and scoot round behind us, even things like the seat belts and the belts themselves, the carpet, the rails, the seats, it's just, they always look very, very good. The same is true of the outside. The finish of the Coronado aeroplanes is always very, very good. But they're also very light on frame rate, which is, you know, a stunning achievement really, considering how polished they look. They obviously have mastered how to do all of that. Should we go and line up this? We ought to. This is a good point of interest actually. You really should line up the course every time you change direction, just in case you need it. Whoops. Unless you're using it for some other reason, you know, so you're tracking a VOR using Nav1 and Nav2 to triangulate maybe if your GPS is packed up. Can it land on water? Well, it probably can, but it'll sink pretty quick. No, it's not designed to land on water. It has retractable gear, which means it's quite efficient through the air. I think you can probably run on one engine as well. Obviously, it's not going to be efficient if you do that, but... It's a great little aeroplane though, and you get lots of liveries with it actually. So I may do a series going through the Coronado aeroplanes, because I've got all of them. Because I bought them one after another. When I really started going after doing YouTube in a big way, one week after another, I kept buying all of the Coronado aeroplanes that I hadn't flown and doing videos on them, like first look videos, and that's what really kicked my channel off, because I didn't realise just how popular they would be, or how well made they all are. So yeah, Coronado have got really, really good at this, and they don't aim for study level. They keep them accessible to most people, so there's enough there to use that works well enough, and that you don't have to stress over, you know, say like the A2A Comanche, for example, where you're worrying about the engine the whole time. Well, the DC-6 is the best one, isn't it? Where we always joke that people who fly the DC-6 enough end up with PTSD from looking at the engine gauges. But yeah, I have thought about doing a series of videos looking back at each of the Coronado aeroplanes again and revisiting each of them, because they make two versions of the Cessna 182, one with retractable gear, one without. They make a Cessna 140. They make a Mooney. They make a PC-12, I think, as well. There's all sorts of planes they make. Or is it PC-21? I can never remember the code numbers of those. But there's certainly a lot of different aeroplanes that they have made. Okay, so we've got 30 miles to run to the next waypoint, which is over over the border into Greece. So we're flying down the edge of this lake at the moment. It was Lake Ohrid, wasn't it? If we go and have a look on the map. Oh no, we've passed over that one, we're on to the next one. So this is Lake Prespa, which has got interestingly, has got a point in the middle of it that's in 3 different countries. I wonder how that works in reality. Because could you go wandering around the lake and not be able to go ashore on one side or the other without... How would border control work? Interesting. I'll have to have a read about that. So Beezy is saying they used to watch while they were in flight school for the 172 on this channel, and it helped them. Well, that's lucky, because I've never had a flying lesson. All I've done is watched the real pilots, read books, and learned by example and practice. I will admit the whole navigation story has always fascinated me, and that was the first thing I ever learnt actually, was how to do VOR navigation back in the Flight Simulator 2 days. I cracked how to do, you know, I suddenly had a penny drop moment with how nav radios and VORs worked, and I never looked back. It became so easy to navigate all of a sudden. And then obviously GPSs came in, and then I learned how to work the GNS 530 properly, which has again helped enormously. There's a ton of stuff in the GNS 530 that people don't realise, because there's several page groups down here, and if you use the big and the little knob to go through them, we've got, nav is obviously the first one, but then you've got waypoints, and you've got lots of pages within there to do lookups into its database, and it understands procedures. It's very good. Anyway, you've got fuel planning and trip planning, you've got the nearest airport lookup, you've got nearest intersections, nearest NDBs, nearest VORs. It's got an enormous database of information inside it. What else have we got? If we come back to the nav page group, obviously it's got the rose mode. It defaults when you get into the aeroplane into map mode, so if you zoom out on that, obviously it shows you a north oriented map. But then if you roll the inner knob to go to the first page of the page group in nav, you get the rose mode that we've just seen. You can reprogram all of these numbers around the edge of it via the menu screen, so you can configure everything in this aeroplane. Change fields there, so you just roll down and press enter on it, and then you can roll around each field with the big knob and change what's on there. But if I clear out of there, we don't have to do that. So what else can we do? You can have a terrain view, which is really handy, especially in this sort of terrain. Obviously it's not showing much because we're above the terrain. So if we then carry on, we can have, it's traffic, and I've got it switched off at the moment. You have to go into menu and go and enable it. I forget where you do it. And then you've got the GPS, the fake GPS satellite status. But yeah, you can do a ton of stuff in here, and you can program routes and do procedures and direct tos and all the rest of it. And it can even do VNav. It's very good. It's pretty much feature complete to the real thing as far as I've seen. And the GNS 430 as well. So yeah, they really did their work on those and made them work wonderfully well. I think one of the things that a lot of people miss is the OBS mode. So you can say you're coming into an airport. If you switch to what mode are we on at the moment? We're on GPS, aren't we? So if I press OBS, you can then use the course. Yeah, I'm going to go back to GPS, or to turn OBS back off. You can basically tell it the track to take into a waypoint. So if I go back to nav mode, I'll have to cycle it probably to get it to come back. We need to go direct to cache, don't we? Going to OBS mode has messed its head up basically. So we'll go direct to cache and press enter and enter, and it will re-establish the route into cache, or CAS. I keep thinking cache is a small island off of the south of, well, not a small island, a small settlement on the island south of Turkey. But CAS is the code for this VOR. We've gone over the border, by the way, into Greece now. So this was the Aristoteles VOR. Let's have a look at Navigraph. I tend to use Navigraph for the big jets, but not so much for VFR. But it's still very good. See, this calls it Castoria. So it makes you wonder which one's correct. And that would make more sense with it being the Castoria VOR. And then over to Kazani. So if we really zoom in, you get lots and lots, far more information than you'll ever need. So you've got your aeroplane coming in. Where Navigraph really comes into its own is you can pull up weather, and you can see a given altitude. So we are 8,000 feet, aren't we? So that hasn't changed anything. So we can go for what layers we want. So we could have the wind barbs showing on the map as well. So if we zoom out, you'll see them, or not. There's no wind about. Interesting. Oh no, you can see them. They're very small. But we can have the all sorts of things that you can show live on the map. It's very clever. Radar is already showing. If we zoom out, we'll see rain elsewhere. Yeah, there we go. So there's rainstorms all across Western Europe over there. And you can see the wind barbs. So yeah, there's some really clever tricks in Navigraph that LittleNavMap just doesn't have anything like as much data. It can do wind and things like that. So if we open it and we open the dialogues again, so open window layout, default, open, so we get the toolbars back. So you can do things in LittleNavMap like that. So you could show oh, they've changed the dialogues there, haven't they? Map options and map options are there we go. So there's your wind barbs. So at the selected altitude, so you can see it's got wind barbs now. You can also show obviously the IFR tracks. You can also show minima, I should say, across the map. But really, all of that's for the big aeroplanes. So we're just coming into CAS. Let's go for the Kazan. Was it? What's the name of it? Show information for Kazani, wasn't it? Yeah, 109.60. So if we go and tune in 109.60 and switch. And the DMA has already come up, so that's counting down now to Kazani. We could tune Nav2 in, because obviously this is the GPS signal, but if we tune Nav2 in, so Nav2 is down here, so we want 109.60, because then we get to play with the nav radio and the GPS at the same time. So we just switched it on, there we go. So we're flying 150 degrees, and we're about to turn, remember. We're about to turn left, wasn't it? So before we get to 150, the needle should come down. There it goes, look. So we'll need to turn to 95 degrees if we turned now. But obviously there's going to be some parallax because we haven't actually got there yet. But we're still a long way away, so it won't affect it too much. Are we still in nav mode? Yes, we are. We're on GPS, so and there goes the left turn. And notice you can switch this to use Nav1 or Nav2 on the distance measuring equipment. Obviously they're reading the same because we've got the same on both. Where is the next landing spot? I'm just going to fly VOR to VOR all the way. We are going to keep an eye on the fuel. I've leaned it right out and you can see, look, we can last for hours. Having said that, we've used more in the left tank than we have the right tank. Oh, sorry, more in the front than the rear. So the engine specs must be different. That's fascinating. But in terms of the route as a whole, you can see we started out at Podgorica and we're on our way down. We've left Albania and North Macedonia behind. We're now going down towards Greece, or through Greece. And we're going to go across the Greek islands and end up in Turkey eventually. So we're going to be in the air for hours, so don't worry about going away and coming back. I'll be here most of the evening. Let's put the view over to one side, and then I can watch the window, open window layout, minimal. So you can see where we are then. And I can look at the live stream comments. So Lucas says, can you do a video of how you plan your legs and how to sync with Flight Sim and the plane? I've kind of done it in bits and pieces in the past, but I can always revisit it, I guess. It's not difficult. So I will typically sketch out, if I'm doing a route of my own, in LittleNavMap, just because I find it easier to use than anything else. So LittleNavMap is that program you can see at the top right of the stream right now. I've got several videos on how to use LittleNavMap, and a lot of it, you know, a walkthrough of all of its features. It is a very, very feature-rich program. It can do tons. But it makes it very easy to build up flight plans from point to point to point easily. It can then save them out in the PLN file format. And then when you are in the world map screen in Flight Simulator, for most of the basic aeroplanes, including all of the Coronados, you can, when you start your flight from the world map screen, you can load the flight plan from LittleNavMap into the world map screen. And then when you end up with your aeroplane on the ground, that plan is already programmed into the GPS. So that's the easy way of doing it. If you've got an aeroplane with the G1000 from working title in it, you can load from SimBrief. I don't think you can load from SimBrief in the GNS 530s. I'm not sure. Certainly haven't done it for a very long time. So, Avgas Stevie says, hi all, I'm new to the Sims game. Is it possible to use 2 VR headsets in one plane or heli? So a passenger can have their own view. I wouldn't have thought that's possible at all, because you're really pushing the hardware to do 1 VR headset. To do 2 would murder the GPU, or the graphic processing unit. So yeah, just for a bit of interest while we're flying along, I'm just going to check the route, make sure we've not got any mountains coming up in the near future. Let's have a look at the little Navmap track. If I go and open, notice we've got different window layouts, so I can have it pre-saved. Okay, so we're going to be flying down that flat valley, and we can pull up the altitude plot underneath the aeroplane to make sure there's nothing below us for a while. So we could drop down to 5,000 feet now. And we'll be happy at 5,000 for the rest of the journey, actually. So let's go and sort that out. Oh, hello, we got company. Another 337. So I'm just going to come off of altitude hold and roll this knob forwards a little bit. Whoops. And you'll notice that's affected the vertical speed. So we'll now just drop back down gently to 5,000. So once we get stable, I'll go and walk through setting a flight up in LittleNavMap to show you. It's not difficult. Yeah, this is almost leveled out, look. It doesn't like going too fast. I think what I'll have to do is pull the power back. And then adjust this, there we go, so about 700 feet a minute. It will probably stabilise around 500. Yeah, it's pulling out, but it's getting too fast, so the autopilot, I think, is correcting for that. So I've pulled it back to 50% throttle to maintain airspeed as we descend, and yeah, it's quite happy now, look, going for 8 or 9, even 1,000 feet a minute. So don't worry about those hills in front of us, we're going to be turning right before we get to them. So just coming down to 7,000 feet. So yeah, I'll do a little a demo of LittleNavMap in a minute, which is a free Windows program that you can download on the internet. If you just Google LittleNavMap, you'll find it. It connects automatically to Flight Simulator, and it can also read the database, read the scenery database from Flight Simulator to put all of the nav waypoints and everything on the map, and any runways you might have downloaded. So I'll just wait until we get down to a sensible altitude. Should put head tracking back on while we're descending, just for a bit of interest, so we can look around and see some of the scenery coming. There's the other 337. Has he got his lights on? Can't see his wing lights blinking. He has now. Coming down through 6,000 feet. Okay, so I'll show you some of the features of LittleNavMap in a minute then. I'm just reading Lucas's comments there. I'll do a little bit of an overview of the basics, so to get you started with it. So we're just coming down to 5,000 feet now. So let's lessen the descent rate, and then get ready for going to altitude hold. Okay, and we can open the throttles back up now because we have leveled out. So, a little Navmap. No, that's Navigraph I was showing you. So, let's go and get rid of all these dialogues out of the way. And say File, New Flight Plan, because remember I can pull this back up, it's not going to hurt anything. Our plane will carry on flying, we've got a live view of it, so that's our aeroplane. If we turn traffic on in the simulator, we can actually show that traffic. Let's turn on the map options up here, and the extra one that's missing, so you can arrange the dialogues however you want. If we wanted to show the AI aircraft, we can just switch that on, and that will be dependent on the simulator. So I'm just going to pause the sim a second, and we'll go to General Options and Traffic, and you can see at the moment I've got the aircraft traffic off. If I put real-time online on and go and apply it and go back and resume, and the throttle's done its usual trick, there we go. And if we go and turn this back on, did I not say how many aeroplanes to draw, or maybe it isn't going to do it yet? Okay, I'm just going to go pause again. We want to go to traffic, traffic type, nameplates off, vehicle, ground, worker density, road vehicle, ships, fauna. It should be working. Okay, maybe it just takes a while to get going. And the throttle's done it again. There's a real bug there, isn't there? So I was just thinking, what we should be seeing though is some orange aeroplanes turning up on the map, which is the AI aircraft that are nearby, but maybe because we're in the middle of nowhere it's not going to do it. The ones with an O are people using transmitter or VATSIM if you're using it, you can configure that. But anyway, we're flying along, and we've got nothing in the flight plan dialog at the moment. So say we wanted to fly from Philippos, so we'll right click on it, and we can set that as our departure airport. Yeah, and it draws a circle around it and adds it to our flight plan. And then you can zoom out with the mouse wheel, and you could say, okay, for argument's sake, say we wanted to fly down to Tiva, and we can set the that as our destination by right-clicking on it and just say set it, and it will draw a rubber band line between the two telling you the heading and the distance. You can then play games with adding more into the route. So if you want to go airfield hopping, you can just right-click on airfields and add them. If you append them, it will add them at the end. But if you want them in the middle of the route, just add it. Yeah, and it will keep doing it. Right-click, add, right-click, add, and so on and so forth. So you can make up whatever route you like. And then you can use control and move them around to change the order, or control and the cursor keys, basically. But you can also do the same with waypoints, or sorry, fixes. So we've got some fixes along the way, so we can add those into our route. And we could use VORs if there are any nearby. There's a beacon over here, add Takan to our route, for example. So you can, and then once you're happy with your route, you can just go out and save it as a flight simulator PLN file. Where it gets clever, you can go into flight plan and you can import from, or so is it file now? Yeah, they've moved it. In the file menu, you can open a flight plan from SimBrief. So if you've done something in SimBrief, you can load it into here to see it. The other trick, obviously I pointed out earlier, is you can see an elevation plot underneath the route that you have penciled in of where the land is under your plot. So I made the route earlier, obviously, and I saved it. So I can go and then say, ignoring what I've just done, go to recent flight plans. There's my recent flight plan from Podgorica to Kastelorizo. So I can go and choose that. Do I want to save this one? No. And I've got my flight plan back. So LittleNavMap is very good for sketching out flight plans really quickly. It can do a whole host of other things that we're not even touching on here. You can have aircraft performance set up. So I haven't actually got a profile for a 337, so I'm using a Cessna 172 profile, which is wrong. But what it will allow you to do is see the fuel report on your journey to see how much fuel you'll burn on the way. And you can have that show up in the flight plan here. So you can click on the cog and you can show fuel remaining along the way. But that's based on setting up aircraft performance. Now you can either key that in, or, and this is where it's really clever, you can, the whole time LittleNavMap's running, it's actually reading the performance of your airplane. So before you do a flight, what you can do is go and restart aircraft performance collection. And what it will look at is your fuel burn rate in climb, descent and cruise, and your climb rate, descent rate and cruise speed, and so on and so forth. And it will remember that. So then at the end of a flight, if you cleared it beforehand, you can merge that into a profile. So you can make a profile for each aeroplane and get very accurate fuel burn data and performance data for that particular aeroplane. So then when you are planning out a route for a given aeroplane, it will tell you exactly how long it's going to take based on the wind and the performance of your aeroplane. The other really crafty trick, so if I chose Podgorica, for example, that was our departure, wasn't it? You can, once you've synchronized the database, so in the scenery library you can load the scenery library, and it will load the SIDS and stars in, so the procedures for the airfields. So if you're flying a big jet, I can show the departure procedures for an airfield, and it will superimpose them onto the map when you look around them. And say we put that into our route and insert it, it also shows you on the flight plan the restrictions. So in that standard instrument departure, we've got altitude and speed restrictions. And if we then go and look on this elevation plot, you can see them. Places, you know, you have to be above or below along the way. So it's absolutely worth its weight in gold. It obeys Control Z as well to undo things, so we can get rid of something we've just done really quickly. But yeah, it's a fantastic piece of software, it really is. I've got several full videos on LittleNavMap in my channel, so if you go and search on my YouTube channel, just search for LittleNavMap, you'll see them. I've got several complete walkthroughs of every feature in it. It can do sectors as well, for example, so if we zoom out and have a look and click on sectors, it's fantastic, isn't it? And then you click on a sector and it tells you about the airspaces, because obviously airspaces overlap quite often, and you can then switch on which classes of airspace you want to see, and yeah, it's brilliant. Anyway, got a bit sidetracked there, didn't we? We're still flying along, 150 knots, and we are, where are we? We're just coming down over the top of Greece. So if we look on the Google map here, terrain map, we can switch the mapping out as well in LittleNavMap, by the way. I've got an unofficial Google Maps terrain view in here. You could have OpenStreetMap, which comes with it for free, so you're going to see that. The only downer with OpenStreetMap is it shows you the local alphabets on the place names, which for the wider world is really difficult, obviously, for anybody that doesn't know the language to read. Whereas Google translates them into anglicised versions, as well as the original. It also has open topo maps, which are a bit slower, but it will load in. They're very good for relief. But obviously Google Terrain, you'll typically see me using, is very quick to draw. And if you zoom in far enough, you can see the contour lines, which are quite useful. Unfortunately, they're in meters typically, so you have to convert it in your head. I usually just multiply by 3. But yeah, there's lots of choices there. I guess the huge winning card that Navigraph has is, say you went and looked at the US, if you're in the United States. Where should we look at? Let's go for... It doesn't matter where we look, to be honest. If we come down here, and if we pull up the maps, Navigraph has the FAA sectionals. So you've got the, if you were learning to fly in the US, you're getting the real flight maps appearing in here. You know, the same as the paper ones, which it doesn't do for Europe yet. You know, it doesn't do the European equivalent of that. Obviously you can still go back to VFR and come back to where we are. I think we can just click that, can't we, to recenter. There we go. So we're flying towards the Anchialos VOR 110.4. Should we go tune it in? I still haven't made that coffee, have I? Should we do it on nav 2 as well? 11040. Switch it to active, and we're not in range of it yet. If we can actually, something you can do in LittleNavMap you can't do in Navigraph is go and look at the information of a VOR, and it will tell you its range. So actually, can you see there's several things on top of each other. If you get that, you can right click and show the information for a specific thing. And there we go, I've got the VOR now, Anchialos. Range is only 40 miles. The other thing you can do in here is you can right click on something and you can draw on the map. So I can add a range ring, and I can say I want a 40-mile ring around that VOR. That's why we can't see it yet. The other thing you can do is draw measurements, so I can draw an angle and a distance on the map, which is really useful. Say your GPS packed up and you need to triangulate, then you can start drawing the bearing at a point in time from a VOR that you've tuned in, and you can then triangulate and draw on the map as you write with a pencil to figure out where you are. And you can simulate that. I've done it in videos where I turn off my aeroplane position, so I can't see myself anymore. And I'm just trying to remember how you do that. There you go. So I can't see myself, but then I can use that to, you know, simulate no GPS and just use VORs to triangulate to navigate. So that's where, you know, you tune in Nav1 and Nav2 and you take the bearings from their Omni bearing selectors and draw lines on the map. I've done that a couple of times in YouTube videos. It's always great fun. Okay, let's have a look at the live stream chat. So, well, she bought the Piper Arrow 3 this week. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, 4Flight's a wonderful piece of kit. So if anybody's not heard of that, 4Flight is a flight planning and an EFB tool, a real-world one, but you can actually connect it to the simulator as well. There's a plug-in that will allow it to work with Flight Simulator. There's another one that's commonly used in the UK at least, called SkyDemon, which is a similar thing. And again, somebody's written a plug-in to allow it to work with the simulator. But yeah, if you find a lot of people that fly airplanes in the real world will use Flight Simulator to keep their skills up. So they'll typically have the same, they'll fly the airplane with the same kit inside it, if they can. I certainly know of somebody that has the GTN XI in their real plane, and they use the one in the simulator to remind themselves how to do things in it, because the GTN XI in the simulator is the Garmin simulator. You know, it's not a copy of it, it is the real thing. It's the thing that Garmin distribute, and it's been reworked and re-engineered to connect it to the simulator. But the actual unit that you see is the Garmin simulator of their real product. Okay, let's pull the map back up and get rid of that range ring. Pull back up the minimal layout. And I am going to go and make a drink. So I'll be back soon. I'm going to mute my microphone just for a few minutes while I go do this. I'll be back very soon. I'm back. Let me just check the volume levels. Okay, we're good. I'm going to turn the airplane down a bit more so it's not too loud. Okay. So, should we have a look at the map and see where we've got to? So we're on the run-in towards Athens, basically. Does this inlet have a... It's the North Euboean Gulf? Is that how you pronounce that? The Malian Gulf is at the far end. Oh, let me stop this from relaying itself out. So if I go to default mode, I can turn that icon off easily. So yeah, we're coming down towards Athens. We'll have a little bit of a circle around Athens when we get there. So looking out to our left as we come down here. So this is the top of this island here. Now what's the island called? Chalkis. Chalcis or Chalkis? Not sure how you pronounce that. There's the 337 that's been keeping us company for the last little while. You can watch him out the window. He's waggling his wings. Shall we drop down a bit lower then? So we'll take off the altitude hold and command the autopilot to descend, and vertical speed is going to drop off, and we'll cut the throttle back to prevent it overspeeding because it will naturally wind back out the descent rate. Or as you increase in speed as well, you generate more lift, which will stop the downward trim, because that's all you're really doing is just trimming it for descent. So if we come down to a couple of thousand feet, so how long have we got until we get to, so about 50 miles to go towards downtown Athens, although the VOR is the far end, I think. Oh no, it's just before Athens, I beg your pardon. So we will fly over the edge of Athens just on the autopilot, but we'll disconnect it for a while and go and have a look around Athens on the way. I've never actually been past Athens in the simulator, so I'm guessing the Acropolis is going to be built. And, some of the other famous landmarks, I have no idea. It'll be interesting to find out when we get there. So we're down to 4,000 feet. I don't want to go too low because otherwise we'll start to chew through the fuel. So maybe 4,000 is good enough. Just open the engine back up, keeping the manifold pressure in the green. Should we tune in the next VOR then? So the one here that we've been looking at, there's two right on top of each other. LEF 109.85, 109.85, transfer it to active, and do the same for Nav2 so we can see it on the Nav2 instrument. And we're too far away obviously at the moment, so let's go and find out what the range would be of that. So it's got a range of 25 miles. That's great. So we're not going to see that for quite some time. was going to say, is our friend still around? I could hear him. So over the right we can see a mountain range over there. So let's have a look on the map. So that would be the mountains here, Adelphi, Parnassus. Interesting. I don't know an awful lot about Greece. Having said that, I have got Stephen Fry's book about the mythology on the shelf behind me. I just not got around to reading it. So I need to kick myself basically into reading a few of the books on the shelf, and yeah, then I would know probably an awful lot more about Greek mythology than I do. Greece has such a fascinating history. For a long time in ancient history, they were so far ahead of the rest of the world in critical thought and reasoning and early mathematics, and it's, yeah, just stunning the advances they made, or even sometimes not just the advances, but realizing, you know, how things worked. I'm not going to get into the how or why that happened, because that's quite contentious. Because it, you know, starts to cross into other subjects that people will get a bit offended maybe about. So if you start making sweeping statements or generalizations, it's always a difficult road to go down. So I'll just stick to aeroplanes. The landscape around here is beautiful, isn't it? Those islands, look, the relief of them against the sun. Okay, you can see Athens out in front of us, stretched out across. It's a huge city. 41 miles out still, but we can see it on the horizon. So we dropped down to 4,000 feet. Is that going to cause us any issues, do we think? Let's go and have a look. No, it isn't. We'll be absolutely fine, especially this next part of the route along here. So we're just crossing over these hills. The closest they're going to get is just over 2,000 feet. Trim's doing its overtime, isn't it, on the autopilot? Really is going for it. "36 miles to run into Athens." How are we doing for fuel? See, we've barely used a quarter of a tank. We've been making very good progress. Doing just over 150 knots. Still leaned out, propeller is well within limits. So we should... Did we say... I'm just trying to remember. Was it a 25 or 30 mile range on the VOR? 25. So we won't pick it up just yet. Another few miles and we hopefully will pick up the VOR. This is where GPS is such a big advance, isn't it? Because it doesn't have the problem of distance. Well, the throttles have just done their famous trick. So Virtue Sim says, hello Jonathan. Hello Virtue Sim. I'd love to know the backstory behind how people come up with their usernames online. If there is any great, you know, apart from obviously the ones where their real name. But yeah. And also the names of people in the Xbox. So I often wonder if people will come to regret their name, or if they even forget what they're called in the simulator. And then obviously you get somebody comes along like myself maybe, and you go and broadcast their identity to the world, or their username I should say, and it's perhaps not something you would be too proud of. It's interesting. But I guess it's not tied to their you know, their real world identity, so they can hide behind that a little bit. But even so, you do see some very, very unsavory usernames now and again, don't you? I wonder if Microsoft cracks down on it and stops people from having certain words or plays on words in their usernames. I do wonder if they do or not, because you sometimes do see some very questionable names. So the Parthenon's on a hill, isn't it? So I have no idea. I've never flown, never visited Athens in the sim. So let's go and have a look. Where would we find things in the city? Monastery. This isn't the most helpful map. Maybe if we zoom in a bit. So there's the Acropolis, is right in the middle. Sorry, Acropolis, not Parthenon. Okay, so we have to be really down at this zoom level to see anything marked in. Okay, well we'll just have a fly around the city, so we'll aim for that central point. If we stay on the GPS track, so you can see we're just coming in towards the city. We're about 25 miles out from the VOR. You can see there's a line of windmills in front of us now, starting to render in detail for us. And we'll go manual and turn the autopilot off. So Dave says, I used to be Ginger Dave 89 until I got very bored of the ginger jokes, so I changed it. I was eating a banana at the time, so Banana Dave. It's been 17 years. Isn't it funny how off-the-cuff decisions tend to stick somehow? It always amuses me. There's a big airport out there. Can you see the runways? So Ronin's saying, hey John, just bought your step-by-step guide to the 777 a few days ago. Game changer for me. I will be coming back for more. Thanks for all the content video and the digital paper. You're welcome. So I actually write the procedures for myself. People think, you know, oh, thanks for doing that for us all. No, I do them for myself. And then I shared them. And it was actually my other half. I used to give them away for free. and I was spending hours writing them, and then my other half turned around and said, why don't you charge people for those, just a small amount? So I did, and yeah, and it's paid for airplanes for me. So I'm very thankful when people buy a PDF. It's really useful. Thankfully, I have to say a huge thank you to Ko-fi, who I used to use just for people to pay, you know, to chip in the price of a cup of coffee now and again if they thought what I was doing was good. But Ko-fi introduced a shop, and it gave me a very easy way of setting up a way to sell PDFs quickly and easily. And I was able to hook it up to card transactions and PayPal, and I haven't looked back really. It's been, you know, a no-brainer. I did look very briefly. My other half does a lot of craft stuff, and she said, why don't you look at selling things on Etsy, because they give you, what I was looking at was ways of bundling things to say maybe do all of the Boeing procedures at a discount, for example, or all of the GAs or all of the Pipers, for example, at a discount. But you can't do that in Ko-fi. So yeah, I did start wondering about making special downloads at Ko-fi, but I think it would confuse it, or it would get confusing for me. But I did look at Etsy briefly, but Etsy actually charge you just to have something listed, which is quite annoying. So I think I might end up building my own store at some point, or using someone like Shopify, or I need to look into how much they charge, whether it'd be worth my while to do it, because obviously I don't charge much at all for the PDFs. So it might interest you to know, actually, when people buy things via PayPal, I lose about 1/3 of the transaction in fees. If they do it directly via Stripe, I don't think I lose a small amount, but not much at all. So yeah, the integration with card transactions is done via Stripe. But yeah, if people use PayPal, they charge. They're a bit like the Ryanair of the online transaction world. Everything becomes billable in some way or another, and another percentage of a percentage of a percentage, and you end up losing almost all of the transaction fee. But PayPal's easy, and it's insured, and it's lovely to use, so people use it. So I guess this is Athens coming up here. Look, you can see it. This grey area will be the photogrammetry, won't it? Let's have a look at the map. Yeah, we're getting there. So Virtue Sim, this is the actual channel name. Okay. So yeah, Ronin is mentioning about me putting the view buttons in the startup lists and the descriptions of where things are. That was for my own benefit again, and it turns out that was one of the wisest things I could have done. And so many people have commented on that and saying, actually, you know, that's the great thing about those checklists you've written up, is they tell you where to look. Because the number of hours I've spent, the first thing I'll do in a complicated aeroplane is go and turn the accessibility stuff on to put the tooltips on, and then I'll write it all down. But obviously it breaks immersion if you're in the aeroplane with the tooltips on, so I try not to use it. What's going on with this? It's going very nose up all of a sudden. Verticals, oh, it's just a wind over the hills, isn't it? The autopilot's chasing to hold 4,000 feet. So I'm going to come off the autopilot now anyway. So let's, whoa! That autopilot was working overtime. We're being thrown around. So we can see, let's turn head tracking on. We can see out over the coast there off Athens. There's a couple of ships in. Let me sit up in the cockpit so I can see a bit easier. So if we come in and go and have a look at some of the hills, because there's some of the features are on the hills that we want to go and have a nosy at. So let's pull the map up, get the altitude plot out of the way. I have to remember that if we get much below 3,000, we'll be going on to rich fuel and we'll be chewing through the fuel quickly all of a sudden. We'll see. We'll see how sick the engine becomes as we descend if we get below 3,000 with it leaned out. So we need to cross these hills anyway. This isn't Athens just yet. So someone just mentioned we have a side wind going on. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, it's 15 knots at the altitude I'm at. Oh, hello, simulator's frozen. Give it a moment. It'll wake back up, hopefully. It'll probably kill the engine when it wakes up. Come on, flight sim, wake up. There you go. Oh no, engine kept running. That's unusual. There's the... I'm guessing that's rail yards, is that down there? Must be. It's a huge, sprawling city, isn't it? So once we leave Athens, we're actually going to go island hopping, essentially, out across the sea. Okay, much against my better judgment, we'll probably end up having to go and refuel somewhere. We're going to go fully rich and descend. Can't overdo it though because of the klaxon. If you pull the throttles back too much in the 337 without the gear down, you get a reminder warning. So we're just coming down. This is like photogrammetry city down here, isn't it? A lot of prefab flat roof buildings. So let's have a quick look. The Acropolis is the one we're heading straight towards. Okay. So this looks more like AI buildings than photogrammetry, so perhaps it doesn't have photogrammetry here. there's the Acropolis complex. It's very cool, isn't it? So if we keep our distance a little bit, we'll be able to circle it. And there it is, the famous Acropolis. And the theatre there. Yeah, it's pretty stunning, isn't it? They managed to put this in such detail. It's very well done. Okay, so what else can we see around the city? It's a huge, sprawling city, isn't it? So we could go and just rejoin our route, couldn't we? We've seen the major landmark that's been modelled by the look of it. So wave goodbye to the Acropolis. And off we go on our journey again. So we're going to need to climb. Coming up towards 3,000 feet, so we'll get ready to lean the engine out a bit. How are we doing for fuel? Got loads, we haven't even used half a tank yet. We can have so much left. So there's 3,000 feet. Let's see what we can get away with. We can get away with that. So what do we actually need? So this is looking for nearly 4,000. So we'll go for 3.5, shall we? And then once we get away from here, we could descend back down a little bit if we needed to. Okay, so next destination after Athens, after our orbits of the Acropolis, is Kia. There's not much on the island as far as I can see. It may be a nature reserve, we could look it up. That's the Now let me get this. Archaeologicus Koros Cartheus. So 11500 anyway. We'll do it on Nav 2 because we're following GPS anyway, so there's no real purpose to using Nav 1 for that. What was it? 11500. And we're heading, whoops, south towards it. This is what I said, remember? About if you lean in, you can make things easier for yourself. So, and we can put this on Nav 2 on the distance measuring equipment. So it's going to count down now towards the VOR at 115000 at Kia. So plane's following GPS, but we're playing around with Nav 2 so we can watch the nav instrument and watch the DME. Or distance measuring equipment, I should say. I'm always a bit kind of allergic to acronyms because when I was starting out, I'd hear the professional pilots using all these acronyms and I really struggled with them. And I have the same deal with business as well and with my work, where I really don't like people using acronyms when they don't need to. And project managers are perhaps the most guilty of doing it and using project manager speak instead of just using normal English. And you know, using little glib phrases for things, and it always kind of grates on me a little bit. And I know it's a me problem, it's not a them problem. But yeah, I'd rather just say the words. So like say course deviation indicator instead of CDI, or horizontal situation indicator instead of HSI, or omni bearing selector instead of OBS. Barometric pressure. Okay, I know people say QNH because it's defining what you are tuning into instead of QFE, for example. But so if you didn't know, QFE is query field elevation. It's, yeah, like all of the acronyms as well with the engines. EGT is exhaust gas temperature. I'm not sure what CHT is in terms of this instrument. Cylinder head temperature, I would imagine that would make sense. Derek has come through on the live stream chat. I've just spotted it. He said cylinder head temp as well. But yeah, so I'm a little bit averse to acronyms because I think you can lose people really easily with them. And I don't always subscribe that it's clever to use them. I'd rather be clear than clever. That comes from programming though. So quite often when you're doing software development, you will write code that is easier to read ahead of code that is clever. Because if you have to come back and look at it yourself in 6 months, if you've done it a clever way, it's going to take you ages to figure out what on earth you did. And clever isn't always the best, especially if you have to modify it. And maybe your clever route doesn't work anymore. The cleverest piece of programming I've ever seen was actually a piece of pure maths cleverness, and there's whole videos that have been made about it on the internet. When whoever it was, I've forgotten the name of the developer, the guy that wrote Quake So the successor to Doom, ID Software, found a very, very clever way for triangles in three-dimensional space of figuring out if they're the normal. Sorry, this is going to get technical really quickly. Figuring out what direction the triangle is facing to know whether you need to draw it or not. That's the end result. So 3D interfaces, like we can see in this aeroplane, are made up of millions and millions of small triangles. And in the graphics card these days, in hardware, one of the specialized functions figures out if from the camera viewpoint, if the face of something can be seen. Therefore, do you need to bother drawing it? One of the programmers that wrote Quake figured out a very, very quick way of figuring that out using a pure maths trick. And it's so clever, it takes somebody a half-hour video to explain the maths. But it's brilliant. And it's something that it reduced the working out of doing that geometry mathematics to a piece of maths that a computer could do very, very quickly, that didn't involve sine or cosine or anything like that. It was like an insight into number theory. It's very, very clever. So it's worth looking up. So go and have a look. If you have spare time and you're bored one evening, go and search Google for the maths. But I'm not sure even what you would search for. It's the maths trick. I think there's a YouTube channel called Numberphile. I think they covered it on that one day. This gives you an insight into the sort of YouTube channels I follow. Things like Computerphile and Numberphile. They're fascinating channels. The whole story around public key cryptography fascinates me as well. About how it works at its kind of root level. It's of such a simple idea, and it's so brilliantly executed. So out over the islands, we're approaching Kia. Got 8 miles to run. 8.5 miles to run. Let's go and have a look at the map and find out what the next VOR is going to be. It's Mykonos, isn't it? Yes, Mykonos. So if we go and we can see it's 110. So should we have a look on Navigraph? We haven't really used Navigraph much yet. There we go, it's just refreshed. So we've got Mykonos showing up down here, 110.0. So if we go and tune this in, switch it to active, and it's too far away. So again, a LittleNavMap to the rescue on Mykonos. Show information for the VOR, and we can see it's only got a 40-mile range, and that's 50 miles between the islands, so we won't pick it up just yet. That's fine. Let's just put the camera over to one side, then I can read the live stream comments without you losing the ability to see where we're going. So Connor says, your video taught me to program the G1000 today. I've been on flight sims for about 3 years, but mostly self-taught by pushing buttons and seeing what happened. That's how I started out, and that's how I've learnt most of the things. And for some of it, I've been able now, obviously because YouTube and the proliferation of real pilots on YouTube, I've been able to crib from them for some of the things I couldn't figure out. But yeah, so that's how I started, was just basically brute forcing, figuring out what does this button do and what's it actually doing. And that's the same with me with working out the old aeroplanes, and that's where what people call study level really comes into it for me, is if it is accurate enough that things make sense, that when you're flicking a switch there's a direct and obvious result of it causing something. Like with the conversation we had earlier about the superchargers on the DC-6 and becoming altitude limited on a piston engine by manifold pressure. You know, so the air is so thin you can't build up enough pressure to run the engine anymore. So having a supercharger and all that kind of stuff, the mechanical workings of things is what really fascinates me. So Connor says, I still can't quite work out how to do in-flight changes or using the ILS with the G1000, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, it's once the penny drops, it'll be obvious, don't worry. It's not difficult. It's the same with the 530, to be honest. You can easily become lost. Are we in nav mode? Yes, we are. We're in GPS mode, so it should make the left turn at Kia. There it goes. It's just making the left turn as we speak. So if we go and put up, for example, the flight plan, you can see there's Kia, and Mykonos is next, 50 miles away. But if you wanted to change this on the 530, for example, you can come in and move the focus down, and you can insert waypoints and all the rest of it. It's not difficult. So you can use the menu key to do that as well, to help you. You can activate individual legs and so on and so forth. Obviously the more modern sets are a lot more obvious for modifying things. So the G1000 is easier than the 530, and the GTN XI is easier again. So should we increase the range on this so we can see? There's Mykonos coming towards us slowly. So there's an island there. Is that it? Is the VOR on the end of Mykonos? No, we're going to pass by the island we can see in front of us. It's behind it. So this one is Syros. We did a SimBrief route for this, didn't you? Yeah, so SimBrief will have given us an operational flight plan. If you've ever seen one of these, it's great to learn all the bits and pieces that are on an operational flight plan. You don't need more than the first few pages typically, because it will give you your fuel plan along with your block fuel, and it will also give you your cruise flight level and your cost index, if it makes sense to have it. Obviously it doesn't for a piston engine aeroplane. If you've got a flight management system, it will have a CI up there. But yeah, it's very good. If you come down a little bit, you'll get the actual route. So there's our route of all the VORs with the airfields on the end and the runways. And obviously if you come down in a SimBrief operational flight plan and we scroll down through it, and you get all the notices to airmen, which are really good. And if you're really bored on a long flight, these are worth having a read of just to see what's in here. So you've got, yeah, lots of advisories of things along your route. But then towards the end comes the really fascinating bit. You get the route plan, obviously, and you start to get the weather. So there's the wind barbs over the whole area. It's very cool, isn't it? So weather forecast, basically. And then the altitude weather forecast of, you know, downdrafts and updrafts and all the rest of it, and the land plot underneath. And that all comes in that pack that SimBrief generates in a few seconds. It's very clever. So when you see the crew wandering through the airport while you're waiting in departures to go on holiday, and sometimes you'll see the captain and the co-pilot come through holding a raft of paperwork. But this is what they're carrying in that little folder. Typically is the operational flight plan. They also get a digital version of it typically these days through the the onboard systems, but they'll have that as a backup. I can hear a jet engine nearby. Who's that? Let's go and find out. Dog breath. Remember what I said earlier about people and their usernames? There's Bossman is still behind us. Oh, it's changed to Latico Air. Interesting, that's a great aeroplane. So yeah, makes you wonder sometimes if people would be so happy with their usernames after a while, if they really thought about the implications of them. I was quite pleased that I was able to get my actual name. So what hotkey sets the usernames? There isn't one. It's the short answer. The longer answer is if you look in the keyboard profile, in the control profiles, you can find showing or hiding the labels. To toggle the labels, and then I have mapped that to a key. I've actually gone one step further than that. I've got a Stream Deck here. This is the one thing I typically use the Stream Deck for, is I've got a button that shows and hides the labels for me. So all the Stream Deck does is simulates pressing the button that you've mapped. So I map it in the sim, and then in the Stream Deck I can very quickly and easily show and hide the labels. I think it's toggle labels, it might be called, in the keyboard profile. So Mr. Anderson says it's too bad that system depth, aircraft detail and flight model accuracy takes so long for developers to get into their products. It's absolutely worth it, but I wish development could be faster. The reason for that is because it is so difficult to do. You tend to get people who specialise in the flight model development. But yeah, getting an aeroplane in the physical modelling of the simulator to match the book numbers is incredibly difficult to do, and get all the edge cases to behave appropriately with stalling and, you know, stall behaviour as well. I hear one of the well, I've actually got a copy of it and I haven't done a video of it yet. The Blackbird Simulations Texan 2 is supposed to be very, very good. I remember one of the first aeroplanes that in the sim that models everything properly is the 172 from Asobo, and they used that as an example with a lot of the soft body modelling, as they call it, and the computational fluid dynamics. So for certain aeroplanes in flight sim, they're far more accurate than any other simulator has been, for a consumer simulator anyway. So, you know, they model P factor and torque effect, all sorts of things. Slipstream effect. It's all in there, and you can actually visualize it if you switch on dev mode in Flight Simulator and show the force model in the interface. You get all these lines that appear around the aeroplane, so you can see the computational fluid dynamics doing its work, for example, which is a far more effective way of doing it than X-Plane does it. But you go and ask or you even mention that to an X-Plane zealot, and they'll blow their lid and start claiming all sorts about X-Plane being always being better, regardless of any other reasonable explanation they can argue against. I find this whole defense of platforms frustrating, because all the simulators are great, and they're all good at some things, and they're poor at other things. And claiming that one's better than another is pretty futile, really. So yeah, there's a Texan 2 by Iris as well. It's a different one. There's a new Blackbird one though, which apparently Blackbird's sister company, or Blackbird is an offshoot of Milviz. Milviz make real-world simulators, and the real crews learning the Texan 2 in the US Air Force apparently, as far as I've read, use the MilVis simulator for the Texan 2. And the one in Flight Simulator has the parts that they can share with the world in it, that won't do any harm. So its behavior is apparently very, very accurate. But of course, without flying the real thing, we'll never know. I remember my first, how would you put it, first experience of a plane behaving somewhat appropriately, and it made me grin from ear to ear, was the Kodiak. It was the first plane where the P factor on the propeller really had a huge effect, because the Kodiak's got such an enormous prop, and it validated the whole of the physical modelling of the aeroplane, where if you rotated hard, the right hand side of the propeller was grabbing more air than the left and would corkscrew the plane left hard. And if you were too slow either to grab a bootful of rudder or just too slow, through the air, it would stall the left wing and put you into the ground in pretty short order. So you'd see people doing that in the Kodiak when it first came out. They'd go and blindly pull up too hard. The plane would corkscrew, they wouldn't catch it with the rudder, or they'd just be too slow, and it was good night everybody, pretty much instantly. So yeah, MilVis have split the company in two, as far as I understand. MilVis has been around for ages, and they actually make proper government-funded, or US Air Force-funded simulators then, for real aircraft, for crew training, for, it could be as much as even, developing a switch panel, I guess. It may not even be what we think of as a simulator. It could just be for familiarization. But yeah, they made an offshoot called Blackbird to put a line between them in the books, I guess, to make it more clear that the consumer products and the military products. Because I guess they never anticipated that the ones they put in the simulator would sell as well as they did, or that the level in the sim would be so good that you'd start to have some blurry lines with their proper products then, if you want to call them that. There may have been questions asked, I guess, about, do we really want the public having access to the same level of fidelity in a simulation as what we're using for the real crews? It's an interesting question. Okay, so we are approaching the Mykonos VOR, and then we're going to head off slightly to the left. Seems to be a scenery aberration in front of us. It's a low polygon issue going on. Need to keep an eye on that hill. It looks a bit high. If we turn left and hit it, I think we're going to go round. So if we were to look down here, yeah, we're going to go past that island and then turn left. So the Mykonos, this is Mykonos then. Just have a look on the map. That will clear it up for us, won't it? Yeah, so Mykonos is directly in front of us. And then we're going straight off across to Samos. Then a right turn down to Kos. Then over Rhodes. Rhodes is a really great airport to land in with the big airliners. It's a beautiful approach. But yeah, the whole conversation about MilVis and Blackbird, I'm only going by what I've read. So you can take everything I've said with a pinch of salt. I'm just going by the stories I've read and relating them to you. But as far as I understand, there was a want to put a line between the MilVis professional products then and the MilVis consumer products. So the consumer products have become Blackbird simulations slowly. And then just to muddy the waters even further, they are now making beginner level, lower price products called Shrike as well. I think that's them that are doing Shrike, is it? So Simworks Studios. Okay. So how I'm going to mangle your name if I try to say it, but Simworks Studios did exaggerate the p-factor effect on the Kodiak. In late versions, they toned its effect down. I actually quite liked it when it was difficult. So I tend to fly in the simulator with the turbulence on full, so which is apparently realistic, because I think it's more fun. When a plane is a handful, it becomes more fun to me. If it's just, you know, goes where you point it, that's not real anymore. Because the real world isn't like that. It's sort of like, I also like, okay, you can see today we've got beautiful weather. But I actually like challenging weather as well. It makes it more fun, especially when you've got zero visibility on approach and you're down to like 200 feet and you still can't see the runway. But you're trusting the instruments and you're thinking the runway's going to appear, the runway's going to appear, and then it does, and it validates everything you've done and everything you planned, and all the work you put in suddenly comes to fruition. So we can see the turn here from Mykonos over to Samos. So let's go and tune in Samos 111.6. So if we tune that in on Nav 2, and we're not picking it up yet because the range probably isn't far enough, is it? So Samos has got a range of, if we get to show us the VOR information, 25 miles again. So it's only going to get that far. Great. Mykonos has a range of 40 miles, so that will get us some of the way. It's great, isn't it? So you end up flying blind some of the time. So 11100 was Mykonos. So if we switch these back, then this will come back to life. We're obviously flying, and we want to, what direction do we want to fly away from there? 76 degrees away from Mykonos. So we'll change the omni-bearing selector to 76, which is about there. So then once we go over the island, obviously the GPS is going to do it perfectly, but the ideal would be that you fly to put the needle in the middle of there, to fly the 76 degree radial from Mykonos. So you know, you change your direction to put the needle on that radial. We could do it before we get there, by the way. So if we were to go to VLOC mode, and I notice it switched it to attitude hold instead of nav. If we go nav, the plane will turn right. Famous last words. It's not going to, look, it won't let us. That's interesting. Oh, of course, no, the plane's using nav 1. I'm being an idiot. So let's get this tuned in. So we'll do it on nav 1. So we want 110.00. Okay, so when we wanted to fly 76 degrees. From here, but we can do it before we get there. So we're on VLOC mode, so we're using nav 1 now with the frequency with the VOR tuned in. If we press nav, it still won't do it. So we're going to have to use heading mode. So we're going to put, whoops, wrong one. So we want to give ourselves an intercept course, which I'm just doing. That's fine. So what we're doing is getting onto the 76 degree radial on the way to the VOR. If we zoom this down, you can see what we're doing here. Look, we're coming across to join that line before we get there. So this will line up when we are on this line on the other side of the Mykonos VOR. So then we can pull the aeroplane round. Going to overshoot slightly, but not by much. Okay, so we're now, if you look over here, you can see the game we're playing. We're lining up to fly that route before we get there. So this will go off to one side. It's good actually that I haven't lined it up perfectly. You'll see this shoot off to one side as the VOR goes past below us. It's going to be down here on this airfield somewhere, isn't it? It's probably down here. Or is it in the corner? Where is it? We can see it on the map. So there's a road down here. There it is. That's the VOR. The round circle there. So you can see it's going off to one side as we go past. And then we probably won't get far enough away for it to disable. Or sorry, close enough to it. So this will suddenly flick the arrow to being from the VOR. And without us changing direction, the arrow will come, the CDI will come back in, the course deviation indicator. So if you just hang on for a few moments, this will start to come back in. Because the triangle is getting more narrow, if that makes sense. So if you imagine the VOR's here, or sorry, the VOR is here, the amount we are away from the line will get narrower and narrower the further away we get. So we'll just carry on in a dead straight line. This is famous last words, of course, and we're not taking wind into account. The wind could be pushing us. Which way's the wind? Let's go and have a look. Yeah, it is, look. We got 27 knots, which is stopping us ever getting there. That's why it's not happening. Can you see? We're crabbing. But that's why you would read this and you would know what's going on. You can figure the wind out by the same means. If you're trying to get back, so we want 76 degrees, yeah? So we could crab back across it and we'll end up going a different direction. We'll do this just as an academic exercise for a bit of fun. It helps break the flight up, doesn't it? So we are now putting ourselves on an intercept course to get back on that VOR radial. We could even go for a steeper angle. It wouldn't make much difference, to be honest. And here comes the course deviation indicator. When it's in the middle, we're on the radial. So we are on that 76 degree line from the VOR station. But we now know, because of that wind, if we put ourselves on the same course, we'll get blown to the right again. So you have to go and play games with trying to figure out what your intercept angle should be. And you can just do it by eye, basically. And just watch the CDI. So if it's getting closer, then we're being blown back onto the... Or so we're driving towards the line. If we turn too close to the course, it will get further away, and it means we're being blown away from the line. So we're slowly getting closer, look, which means we are still narrowing in on it. So we can keep just adjusting the direction until we can get it to a point where it's not drifting. Obviously, the autopilot will do this for you. That's what VLOC mode does. So if we went to nav mode now, the autopilot has taken over, look. It's slowly wiggling the wings around, and it's watching the movement of the course deviation indicator to keep it in the middle of the course. And if you look on the map, you can see us doing that, look. But notice it's not wonderfully accurate like a GPS. It's good, isn't it? Part of the reason is it's 73 degrees, not 76. I've only just noticed that. So it should have been there. Which is why we're off to one side. So the GPS, look, is tracking across, or not GPS, the navigation autopilot, navigation mode, is pulling it back to get the CDI into the middle. And if there is a crosswind involved, it will crab automatically. So it's now gently turning back to stop the movement of the CDI needle, basically, the course deviation indicator. And it's better, but it's still not as good as GPS. The other thing that the Coronado aeroplanes don't simulate, which the black box aeroplanes do, is the loss of signal over distance or due to weather conditions. Is it black box or black square? I can never remember. The company that makes all, the 850 and the Baron and all the analog aeroplanes, it's black square, isn't it? Black box make the short 336 and the Bulldog and a few other bits and pieces. Oh, and the Islanders. Anyway, if we change the CDI mode back to GPS and then go back to nav, the aeroplane will go and put itself perfectly onto the geometric positions according to the navigation satellites. Look, and you can see the plane doing it straight away. So the next island, we are not high enough to clear it. So if we go and come along here on the map, oh, we are just by about 10 feet. But I don't really want to try that. So I think we need to climb. So we'll take altitude hold off. Tell the aeroplane to climb. So we're climbing 500 feet a minute, and we'll just keep climbing until we get to about 4,000 or 5,000 feet. Give ourselves some room to wiggle. So, Dave says, I watched one of your videos a while back in horrid weather and about trusting your instruments. I tried it and made me try to do that type of flying more. Learning to trust what they say. Yeah, it's great fun. And the great thing about a simulator is it doesn't matter if it goes wrong, so you can try it again and again. So real-world pilots I've conversed with say a lot of developers exaggerate a lot of effects. So where they read it has this effect, they amplify it to silly levels. It really depends on the aeroplane as well. So Edmund says GPS doesn't follow a constant course to get between 2 points, whereas you are flying a constant course with a VOR. Yeah, this is true. Especially when you get long plans with, great circle routes, for example. Zumbo's Flight Sims. Hi, I'm an IFR pilot in real life and just found your channel. Just thought to say hi. I fly an SR-22. Well done. Cool. SR-22, the only person I know that flies one of those in the real world is Steph, that has the YouTube channel in Australia. He's been over here recently, though, hasn't he? He's been recording and releasing videos. Yeah, Black Square is the developer I was thinking of that makes the Dukes and the 850 and the Analog Baron and the Analog Bonanza. They're fantastic aeroplanes. Oh, and the Caravan as well. So Black Box refuses to put the working title GPS in their planes. I don't think that's quite true. They've got the GNS 530 and 430 in the analog planes, and they have got the working title advances built into them. None of the planes, as far as I'm aware, that Black Square have made have got the G1000 or the G3000. They've all got the more analog side of the instruments, And they typically have the option to switch out the GNS 530 or 430 for the GTN 750, which is same form factor but usually a bit deeper, and it fits within their panel. A G1000 wouldn't, and a G3000 wouldn't. Have I ever flown the Black Square Velocity? No, I've not looked at it. I'm just trying to get them straight in my head. Black Square are the people that made the Bulldog and the Islanders and so on. So the Velocity is the pusher, isn't it, with the delta wing, or the swept wing, I should say. Okay, we're just coming up to 5,000 feet very slowly. Got 50 miles to run until we get to the Samos VOR. So if we increase range on the GPS, you can see the rest of the route laid out in front of us. It's getting quite misty actually, the out across the coast. Of course I've wound the time back, which doesn't help us. If we put this on real time, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's actually the middle of the night, but then you wouldn't get to see anything, so it wouldn't be much fun for you. So I have wound the time back. We could run it in the evening, I guess. Or the early morning. So we've got some ships out in the shipping lanes. Cool. I have actually got the Xbox controller plugged in at the moment, so we could play games with that. So one of the tricks we can do is leave the Xbox, or leave the drone camera up there, get LittleNavMap, go to Tools, Window, Open Window, Layout Minimal, put it over the other side maybe, and then you get to see where we are as well as follow the route. So Hobana Gerrick says it's the Asobo one, not the working title one. Are you sure? I'll have a look at that. I thought Asobo had absorbed the working title one into their code base. So the Asobo one is the working title one. Oh, so maybe, yeah, the Islander still uses... Oh, I see. We're talking about cross purposes. You're talking of black box, not black square. Yes. So the Islanders use the old version and they haven't been updated. I think the misleading thing sometimes is people think of these people as companies. They're not. They're individuals. So the most stunning one is Black Square that make the 850 and so on. He. It's one person has made all of those airplanes. So Derek is saying, do you use stop and refuel or are you using unrealistic fuel settings? No, I prepared for this. This is realistic. So if we go inside the aeroplane, we have been running, we had a full tank of fuel at takeoff, and look how much we've got left. We've got tons left. Because I climbed above 4,000 feet. We're still climbing, by the way, so we can go and go for altitude hold now. There's no reason to be any higher than this. But we leaned the engine right out. So we've been running slightly above, so above 3,000 feet all the way. Purely so I could lean the engine out as far as possible and use as little as possible. So it just shows you should be able to get well over 1,000 miles out of a tank of fuel on the 337. And this is proving it. This is a 700-mile trip. And we're going to easily do it because I was able to lean it out. So you can go a lot further. You can probably get 1,500 miles out of it on a good day. Obviously, it's going to depend on the wind as well. So I'm just responding to a phone message from my daughter. So yeah, this has been a good test today of the range of the 337. It can go a colossal distance. So we've only used, I haven't even used half the tank yet, look. We're down to 40 on the front and just above 40 on the rear. We started out at 74. But like I said, we've leaned it out. The 337's an interesting plane, isn't it? It's quite strange looking. Okay, so we're en route to Samos at the moment, so let's pull the range down on this so we can see it. The Samos VOR. So let's pull the map up big so we can see it here. So we're just flying over Ikaria. There's a load of smaller islands here. I don't know if they have settlements on them. Apparently they do. There's a holiday resort here. Plagia. So, just looking at this piece of Turkey, it reminds me, Demre, there we go. We did a flight around here a long time ago on a group flight. Demre is somewhat famous because, there we go, you have to zoom right in to see it. St. Nicholas of Kilisesi. That is the burial place of St. Nicholas. The St. Nicholas, you know, Father Christmas, Santa Claus. There's a very, very ancient church, and he's interred there. If we put this, we can't do satellite mode easily on here. But yeah, Demre is on that southern coast of Turkey. So 845 Sim said ho 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 in the live stream chat. So I think St. Nicholas became known as St. Nicholas of Bari, which is over here on the coast of Italy. So there's a whole story behind that. You can read about it on Wikipedia or anywhere else. But he was known for giving out gifts to the people of lesser means, which is where the whole mythology around that comes from. So there's a priest called Nicholas of Bari. I remember reading up about it, ready for the group flight, so I could sound knowledgeable at the time. And it stuck in my head somehow. A bit like, you know, all this crazy stuff about aviation sticks in our heads. Have a look outside. So we're just approaching Samos, and then we'll turn for the Kos VOR. If you want to see, now we haven't got so far to go and it won't take long to reprogram it. Do you want me to switch out the GNS 530 for something a bit more modern? So we can go in here and we can say, okay, we want to have the GTN 750XI. And it will boot up. And we'll continue and continue and continue and go to the map. And you will notice we no longer have a route. So this will have kicked out and we can't actually see that it's done it.
Okay.
So we're going to say heading mode for the moment because it has no nav route to follow. Yeah, because it will have wiped its memory. So what we're going to do is go into the direct to, and we will go direct to Sam. Samos, Greece, activate. So we now have a plot to go towards, yeah? So we'll go nav. It's in GPS mode, so the airplane's turning towards it. Should we go and let's go and change the sun so it's not got this bright light shining on it. It's because the evening light we chose. Let's go for early morning instead. There we go. So we're flying towards Samos now. So then we can go, I'll get rid of this message, go back out of here, go to the flight plan, and we can add some waypoints to our route. So we'll go from Samos to Kos to RDS to Dal and then onto our destination. So add waypoint. SAM. Samos. Add waypoint. KOS. KOS. Add waypoint. RDS. Roads. It says Rhodos, but that's the local name for roads, so we can select it. And then Dal for Dalaman. And it's got it because it's the nearest. And then on to our destination, which is Lima Golf Kilo Juliet. Kastelorizo. And that's it. So if we go look at our flight plan now, sorry, not the flight plan, the map. And you can see it going off across the map. If we zoom out, we'll see the rest of that route going off round as we had planned. And this is a touch screen, so you can drag that around, come back to recenter it. The changing shape around us is our glide path if we were to get an engine out from this altitude, where we would be able to glide to. I think to make it accurate, you really need to go into the configuration of the system, which you can in this. Like I said, this is a simulation built by Garmin, which is it has feature parity to the real thing. So pilots that have got these in their airplanes use this to stay current with their knowledge. It can do all sorts of tricks. But it also gives us a nice map, so we don't have to look at LittleNavMap. So 845 Sim says, yep, just like St. George not being English, Santa is from Turkey, not that planned. Well, no, he's buried in Turkey. I didn't say he was Turkish. It's Nicholas of Bari, remember? But that's where he became known, and I don't think he's even from there. But then in the ancient world, Italy's quite a young country, remember? So saying he's from Bari in Italy, Italy wouldn't have existed when Nicholas of Bari did. Not the Italy we now know. So it all gets a bit murky when you go back in history, because different countries and different borders will have existed, and different peoples and different cultures, which may not be the same as the ones that exist now. Okay, so the GTN XI has some really nice features, which you'll have seen in the PMS version as well. You can change the labeling, so you can put what you want around the outside of the screen. ETA at destination is 6:24 local time. So what have we got at the moment? 7. Interesting. So we've got ETE, which is estimated time en route. That's to the next waypoint. ETA at destination, 6:24 local, but we're showing 7 on the clock. So whether that means 24 minutes, I'm not sure, because I'm wondering if you never know with the simulator whether it's factoring in local time here as BST. So whether this is showing BST or local time to here, or if it's UTC. It's my word, that scenery's gorgeous, isn't it? Sometimes. Look at that. I'll shut up for a while and we can just admire the scenery. 2 minutes until we get to the VOR, and then we'll turn right and head down the coast. We could straight line it, of course. We don't have to do this island hopping, or so VOR hopping along the way. So there's a Samos VOR is just coming. 11160. So we could tune that in if we wanted to. Not that it'll make any difference because the HSI is showing GPS. But we have still got nav2, remember? So we could transfer 11160 in. And we can see VOR2 has come alive, and we've still got the DME showing nav2, remember? So it's showing 3 miles until we get there. It's giving us our speed relative to the VOR. It's not figuring out anything too clever. So if you're flying at a tangent to the VOR, it will show 0. This is cool, isn't it? This gives you a bit of extra information that the PMS GTN 750 doesn't, like your current track, factoring in, you know, wind drift and all the rest of it. So if we zoom out and watch how accurately this will, watch the GPS and see if it follows this, if it's estimated it accurately. I bet it has. It's usually on the money. Yeah, look, that curved line, it's pretty much nailed it of where we would end up. And the point at which we're going from, and sorry, to, and then from. And then it shows the next leg. So automatically zooms in and out. It's very clever. It takes a lot of the guesswork out of it for you. So if we change the omni-bearing selector to the direction we're going, which is 165 degrees, we should see the needle fall in on nav2. Yep, and as we get a bit further away from the station, that needle will fall more towards the middle. And it's showing from. Look how accurately it did that turn. But that's the wonders of modern technology for you. Yeah, I know the alt is off. I left it off. We could actually descend back down. There's no reason to be this high anymore. We know we've got tons of fuel as well. So let's get the descent going. We'll pull the throttle back. And we'll come back down to, say, 3,000 or 4,000 feet. There's quite a bit of turbulence, isn't there? We got 17, 18 knot winds. Look, it's varying quite a lot. It's quite gusty. Which way's the wind from? So it's from the land. So yeah, the wind's being disrupted by these hills, and the simulator will do that. So it's tumbling as it hits us, which is why it's varying around so much. Okay, so we'll let that continue on down for another couple of 1,000 feet. Do we need to cross any more land? And is that an issue for us? If we go window, open, open up the altitude plot. So we're coming back down. It's saying we just need to be at 2,000 feet basically the rest of the way. Oh no, I say that, look. It suddenly raises to 4,000 feet when we get over the top of... Okay, it's just as we come along the coast, but we'll probably go manual from there. And fly the last little bit by hand for a bit of fun. We're almost there. So we've been quite a long route down the coast. Still going to take a few minutes to do this last bit. So coming down towards 4,000 feet altitude. How are we doing on the fuel? Very good. Lots of fuel left still. Like I said, this thing can go a colossal distance if you lean it out. And even with it leaned out, look, we are starting to... I've only got a 50% throttle, remember, but obviously the lower you get, you start to become more aware of the manifold pressure limit. Although the Coronado planes won't, they won't break the engine. So I could go full throttle, look, and it will just go up to the edge of the green line. I tend to stay within it just out of habit. Of these sort of aeroplanes, you tend to see them, the book numbers will be 23 on the manifold pressure, not 25 for cruise. Obviously in the more accurate aeroplanes it becomes something you need to work with, but in the Coronado you don't need to worry about it. It's just a good practice to keep the numbers where they should be. So Crimson X is saying, do you know how to do decent landings in the 738, so the 737-800? I'm struggling with the approach and the flare. It's called practice, practice, practice. No, it's all about preparation in the big jets, getting everything ready in advance and getting the right, into the right speed range on the ILS. Getting the aircraft configured well in advance, so on, by the time you're in the feathers on the localizer and the glide slope, you want to have the aircraft fully configured on speed with gear down, a stabilized approach, as they call it. And from there on, it's almost straightforward. You get to kind of 50 feet with sort of 20 knots margin over the minimum speed, and you can cut the engines to 0, and again obviously it's just practice, but then as the speed, that last bit of speed bleeds off and the aeroplane starts to not fly anymore, you're only a foot off the runway at that point, well 5 feet off the runway then, and you'll just drift down onto the tyres. It's just practice. There's no substitute for flying. You can fly round and round in circles. Go and pick an airfield somewhere and go and fly circuits on purpose in, using selected mode with heading and altitude. Because that's certainly how I learned. Before Flight Sim came out, and I used to use X-Plane all the time. We need to be careful of altitude, don't we? Because there were some hills in the distance before we get too carried away talking. Let's put ourselves an altitude hold at 2,500 feet, yeah. So just wait for the needle to come round. And open the throttles back up. Actually, we don't need to, do we? We can just hold them there. Yeah, I used to play around with X-Plane before Flight Sim came out, and I had the Tollis Airbus A321, so the stretch version of the Airbus, and I took myself out several evenings in a row. I took myself out to one of the bases in the US, I think it was Tonopah, and I just did circuits. and went round again and again and again until I could nail the flare. Until I knew how the plane was going to react. The most difficult one I found recently actually has been the 777. It has a very strong tendency to float in ground effect, but that's possibly because it's so huge, so it captures a lot of air underneath it, and they think they've simulated that. So it doesn't behave like the little jets where they kind of come down consistently. But something you will find though is the 738, or something certainly that I noticed, the bigger those jets get, so the 738, 739, the smaller the margins get on approach in terms of when you're fully configured, the margin between overspeed in the configuration and stalling gets narrower, because those planes are bigger and heavier with the same size wing that the smaller ones had. So they've got a thinner flight envelope in that configuration. That's the only way I can describe it. And you can see it on the indicated airspeed ribbon on the Boeings. So when you're coming in on those bigger 737s, yeah, when you're fully configured for landing, especially if you go and chuck spoilers out, you'll have no room left to play with, because the aircraft is on a knife edge between stalling and overspeeding. So Crimson's saying, how much do you flare at and around how many degrees? Because that could be useful to know. I wouldn't be able to tell you, other than there are limits to avoid a tail strike. I know on takeoff you're not supposed to rotate at more than 3 degrees per second to allow the air to get underneath the aircraft and to avoid a tail strike. But it's just, yeah, I would say go out to a quiet runway somewhere, do circuits with the big jets, and just follow obviously have somewhere with an ILS so you can follow the ILS down. And take very good notice of the indicated airspeed ribbon, especially on the more accurate jets, because they will have the details on them. We need to climb again, don't we? So we are not high enough. Oh, we're high enough to pass COS, high enough to pass roads, but we're not high enough to pass the bit of coast, but we said we're going to get away with that anyway. But yeah, just to satisfy your curiosity, Crimson X, I watched a documentary about a flight crew in training, or a pilot in training, on one of the fly on the wall type shows in the UK a while ago. I think it was EasyJet that they were following, and there was a pilot that had just come out of training doing his first landing, and during finals, the instructor that was with him, that was effectively, you know, how would you put it, chaperoning him, that's not the correct word, but the instructor on finals took over because he could see the guy was starting to flare early, and the instructor dumped the nose. And I think this is quite unique to Airbuses. I think it was an Airbus. He pretty much flared at the very last moment and put and you know, give the instructor his credit, on the centre line, on the markers, he nailed it. But the guy that was the trainee that was coming in, and this is, you know, after countless hours in simulators or whatever, and the real thing, he started to flare early and started to float. And that was the last thing that the instructor wanted to see. He wanted to see that aeroplane planted into the runway. And there's good reasons for that. If you, the real aircrews will never do what we might call a greaser, or, you know, they'll never try to do a smooth landing. And if you ever ask them about, you know, how do you do it, they say don't. Anything below sort of 500-600 feet a minute won't damage the aeroplane. It won't be smooth. But anything less than 100, there is risk you could do damage to the aeroplane. Anything less than 50, certainly there's risk. Because if one tyre touches down before the other, at such a low descent rate, it will start an oscillation in the landing gear. So it actually pays for the landing gear to be, you know, dumped into the runway with force. And it's to do with the trucks, with the tyres. If one side touches before the other, coming down at a very gentle descent rate, the truck will start to oscillate. And if it oscillates too much, it can actually do horrendous damage to the undercarriage. So where are we? Let's have a look. We're just coming up to Kos. So we're going to pass over the airfield Hippocrates, and then we're going down to Rhodes and Diagoras. Now, one of these islands is where Archimedes had his school, didn't he? It was in a hillside somewhere. I can never remember which island it was on. It's not Simi, is it? It will suddenly appear if you zoom in. Archaeological Museum of Simi. No, it's not Simi. Maybe it was further up. Is it Samos? It was up in the mountains. There was a school, and it's become a bit of a tourist attraction now. There we go. The Pythagoras Cave. It's on Samos. It's on the hillside. So Crimson's saying, how do you navigate after takeoff to another runway for landing? There's 100 answers to that question, depending on what you're doing and what airplane you're flying and what tools you have at your disposal. So we're just making the turn at Hippocrates. The next VOR station would be Rhodes 11580. So let's go and tune in Nav2 to 11580. And there it goes. This will tell us the direction. There we go. So the airplane should turn to 115 degrees. Let's see if it does. Or thereabouts. There's a bit of turbulence, isn't there? So, Sean, Central Maine. Hi there from Maine, just wondering, do you plan on eventually going eastbound to cross over to Alaska on your trip? Yes, I will. It's fun doing these trips. I've done this with the 737. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some jet legs along the way, because I think while this is fun doing the slow legs in the... that's it, by the way, that scenery's really good, isn't it? While this is fun doing these trips in the smaller aeroplanes, obviously some of the legs are going to be very boring. And some of this was quite boring today, to be honest. This is the first one I've done and left it on autopilot for a lot of the route. It's just interesting to see so much of the world, isn't it, though? To find some of these islands along the way. So like we say, we've got another 50-mile chunk now to do to get over towards Rhodes. So for some of the legs we'll be jumping in the 777 or something. And yeah, chopping out extreme lengths of ocean in one go. So let's just have a look at the map then. We've got a few minutes while we're chugging away towards Rhodes. Actually, we ought to check the engine. I'm still leaned out at 2,500 feet, and it's, again, like I said, Coronados aren't that accurate, so that hasn't affected it. Look, it's interesting, isn't it? Anyway, sorry. Let's have a look at the prospective route we might take. So we're coming along the south of Turkey, so we've got to cross Asia, the rest of Europe and Asia first, before we'll be anywhere near. So the big question is whether we go the Pacific Island route and go the southerly way across to South America, or we go through Asia and potentially, I guess you could jump across to Alaska. That might be an interesting route to take. So take the leap from the north of Japan. I'd be quite keen to avoid going anywhere near Russia, because I don't want to get involved in political conversations about anything to do with them. So yeah, leave North Japan and fly straight across to the Alaskan island chain here, and then follow those all the way into Alaska, and then go down the coast of Alaska maybe, and cross Canada, and then right the way across the US in a straight line, basically from state to state. Might be good fun, picking out maybe landmarks along the way to make it a bit more interesting. And then you've got the big leap, haven't you, from Nova Scotia or Newfoundland, or Newfoundland I should say. So the normal trip would be to go the Great Circle route over the top, so go Greenland, Iceland, and then back down to where we started. But those legs will require specialist hardware. Although saying that, how far is it from Labrador? So let's just do the measuring on here. So right measure. So you got a 600-mile leg there. You've got to go to Keflavik. You've got a 700-mile leg. And then you got to come back down into the northern reaches of Scotland. You got about another 600-mile leg. So they're not that big a legs. So the big one then is here, to get from the north end of Japan. So if you did measure distance from there, to get over to the Alaskan islands, you've got 1,300 miles ish. Our two stations a little bit less than that, but so 1,200 miles, say. So there's the biggest leap after crossing through Asia. My first flight, I started the round the world trip in Oxford in England. Picked it almost at random from Kidlington Airport. And we flew down on the first leg to somewhere in Germany, Egglesbach in Frankfurt, that was it. South of Frankfurt Airport, Egglesbach, there it is. And then we flew from Egglesbach down to, we had an engine failure and we were heading to go down towards Croatia and didn't get there and had to, in an emergency, come into Bolzano. I wrote it on the blog, so if you go to johnbeckett.substack.com, you'll see the entry. It's in the notes of all my videos. There's a link to the blog. You'll see the write-up about the engine failure and I can tell you exactly where we were, I think. So I'm just looking at the hills to remind myself. I think we were over here. No, because we flew back round there. I think we had turned over Bolzano and were flying this way. And there was an engine failure, and I dropped into this valley, I seem to remember, and then flew back through the valleys on one engine. I think we were in the Duke. And I came in on one engine into Bolzano. I feathered the other engine. So then Bolzano we flew to where we're taking off from today, Podgorica in Montenegro. So today we're doing Montenegro down to, let me get the name of this right, Kastelorizo, on the southern coast, or off the southern coast of Turkey. It's actually a Greek island, looking at the codes. So yeah, the photography you're talking about that looks like Minecraft is the default scenery. If you turn off the data, that's what you get across the entire world. Okay, how are we doing? Not far to go now. 200 miles-ish. May as well watch the islands out of the window, hadn't we? Let's have a look at the live stream comments while we're flying along. So yeah, Mishka is quite accurately saying, yes, you can go the Pacific, Japan, Guam, Hawaii route, but the Hawaii leg's huge, isn't it? You'd want corporate jets or something? Yep, you would. Not going to go around South America. Well, I don't know about going the South America route because it takes us away from so many other points of interest. If we end up going, that would suit if we carried on down through Asia to Australia. Then they go to the Pacific Islands to make it doable in a variety of different aeroplanes. But I think the legs are going to be boring because it's going to be ocean all the way. You know, unless we use a really vintage aeroplane and I go and learn astronavigation and we use it as an example for doing it, or measuring the position of the sun with a sextant to try and figure out, and you know, using the time and doing the math, which would be good fun, but it would be quite boring watching to see an aeroplane just over the ocean for a couple of hours. There was a part of me that would say, or that once upon a time I would have said, okay, I'll just stick it on autopilot, put a view out the window and put some royalty-free music on. But as I have learned, music isn't royalty-free forever, and you end up having your videos taken down. So all of the videos I did maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, using the Lo-Fi Girl soundtrack, which is royalty-free, the people who donated that music to Lo-Fi Girl to have on their channel then took it back a couple of years later and then removed all the rights and did copyright strikes on thousands and thousands and thousands of videos all over the internet. And there's nothing you can do about it. So that, for that very reason, I will never use any backing music on anything I do on the internet ever again. Because I just do not trust either the music industry or the copyright holders themselves to hold to their promises. Because they don't. And you know, I've not got that's a terrible term. I was going to say I haven't got a dog in the fight. I don't have a reason to be angry at them other than they have caused me hassle in the past. And I used to fight those copyright strikes, especially when the robots detected music incorrectly. The problem is, if you lose one of those copyright strikes, you can lose your channel. If you lose too many, you can lose your channel. So I'm just not going to even take the risk. I'm not even going to entertain the risk. Yeah, so I'm just circumnavigating the globe, just reading the live stream comments here saying, leaving out many parts of the world. So if someone was going all around the world's coastlines, oh my word, that would take forever. So Crimson X says, I'm a go now, but the A310 startup tutorial was so good. Oh, you're welcome. So let's get some idea of what these islands are that we're passing. Simi is the island off of our wing at the moment. So, yeah, that's Simi. So, yeah, just reading the live stream comments there about copyright and the lawyers and all the rest of it, attorneys. I love the story of that's happened with Taylor Swift, where the rights to her music were sold out from under her, so she went and re-recorded her entire back catalogue. I just think that is such an amazing thing to do, and took ownership of all of it for herself. So yeah, everything she had worked on for her entire career was sold out from under her nose, without her consent, without even asking her. So yeah, the music industry is, I won't say corrupt because you don't know, but it's just, there's some really shady things seem to have happened to a lot of people, a lot of times for many years. So we got a message from Pavle Rostislav. Jonathan, good evening, sir. Any plans to do legs using the InnyBuilds A320? I've done several. There's several on the YouTube channel in the past. Not sure if it still has the same bugs it had previously. I know InnyBuilds are really good for continually updating their aircraft. I've been looking at their A300 again recently. I flew it in a group flight the other night. It's fantastic fun, and it works really well. So we're just coming up towards the Rhodes VOR. So Rhodes is modelled really nicely in the sim, by the way. So is this our final waypoint? Where are we? Not quite. So shall we, I can't even talk. I was going to say, shall we shortcut? That's quite a tongue twister. Shall we shortcut and go past Dalaman? But I think there is some value if we go in towards Fethiye, and then we'll fly the coast manually on the final approach into the destination. So we'll fly along some of this Turkish coast here. Now, can I remember? Is this is it called Seven Sisters or something? The piece of coast? I'm sure it's this piece of coast. Let's have a look on LittleNavMap. There's Cache. Is it along here? Yes, Yedi Barunla. I've actually been here. I've only just noticed this and only just realised it. We're going to fly past somewhere I've actually been. We stayed in this hotel here many years ago before we had children. So that'll be fascinating to see it again, actually. So, yeah, we stayed in this tiny little hotel. I think it's changed hands since then, and the owners have moved on and doing other things now, but the original owners, the people who built it. The Yedi Barunla Lighthouse was a small retreat up in the hills in Turkey where, you know, you could just go for it to get away from everything. And we both had stressful jobs at the time. And my other half saw a picture of it on the front of a travel magazine and went into a travel agent and said, I want to go there. And we didn't know anything about it before we got there, and it was the most wonderful holiday. It was very, very good. But yeah, this part of the Turkish coast is absolutely gorgeous. We'll be over there in a minute to go and have a look. So, see, I wonder if we're chewing through the fuel a bit more fast, or a bit more quickly now. So we've still got half a tank left, look, and we've flown... Well, the whole route was 700 miles, so that just shows that you could probably get 1,200 miles out of a full tank. We started off in Podgorica, up in Montenegro, flown all the way down through Greece, across the Greek islands, continuing through the Greek islands, so we're just about to pass over the Rhodes VOR off towards Dalaman, and then we'll fly the last little bit by hand around the coastline, because there'll be something to look at once we get over there. So we're just coming in. We're two minutes out from the VOR at Rhodes. We're going to pass over the airport, or pass around the back of it actually. So you can see Rhodes Airport. It's a really interesting one to visit with the big jets actually. I said that earlier, didn't I? The approaches are quite nice. They circle the island and come in, depending on which star you choose, or which star you're given if you're in air traffic controlled airspace. So was it actually a lighthouse? I think in ancient times there had been a lighthouse up there, because it's on a cliff. Not on a cliff, but on a very steep hillside. So in the vicinity of where the house was built, there had been a lighthouse in the past. Okay, we should be doing a turn anytime soon around the back of that airfield. A couple more miles. So we're going to go around the back of that hill. There's another little airfield, look, behind the big one. So if you have a look on the map and find out about that. So the small one is Maritsa. The bigger one is Diagoras. You probably find that's the original one, and that's the modern international airport for the holiday resorts on Rhodes. Let's put the head tracking back on. Okay, 30 seconds until we turn. Won't be long. And again, you can see the wonders of modern navigation equipment, of it telling us down to the meter of where our course will take us. It's mad, isn't it? Absolutely mad. In the background, while we've been flying, I've had Volanta running the entire time. So you can see there's our route down over the world, and we're just coming down over roads, and we can put this in 3D look, and we can show this in satellite view as well. It's cool, isn't it? I do like Volanta. It's a bit of an afterthought, really. A lot of the time, I'll go and switch it on when I remember to do it. But you can see our route there. Look over the various islands, across Greece, and we took off from Podgorica. So when we went into Athens, if we can find it again, here we go down here. You'll see us circling around. There we go. Well, look, where we circled around the Acropolis, and then we carried on. And here we are again. So yeah, I've left that running the whole time just to have a record of the flight, really. And I'll be sharing the track along with the blog post to go with this flight once I've landed. I'll write it up as I usually do with the notes about the flight. Am I using head tracking? Yes, I am. I'm using a Tobii Eye Tracker. We talked about this earlier on the flight, actually. So yeah. It allows me to do things like that. And to look out the window at the scenery going by. Any thoughts of VR for the future? It's funny you say that. So, Pimax have reached out to me in recent weeks for me to have a look at their latest headset, and I haven't responded to them. My biggest misgiving with VR is nobody else can see what you are seeing. Yes, you can project, they call it mirror mode or something. Yes, you can project a screen which is going in the same direction you're looking. But no one's going to have the three-dimensional experience of being in the 3D world that you're going to see through a 3D headset other than you. And it would make no sense for anybody else to see it, even if they had a VR headset, because then they'd be seeing their head twisting around without their body doing it, and it would make them feel sick instantly. So, yeah, virtual reality experiences cannot be conveyed to others. They are a very personal thing. And for that reason, I don't think I will ever be showing VR hardware on the channel. And I can't see that it's a real problem for people that make VR stuff, because how do you sell it? How do you sell the experience? Anyone that's had a go with a headset will immediately say it's an absolute game changer. And, you know, it made them see flight simulation in a completely different light. And they couldn't ever go back from it. But you can't explain to somebody how good it is. It's something you have to experience, I think. You have to experience it yourself. And seeing what someone's seeing in their VR headset on your screen isn't going to cut it. So it does make me wonder how they will sell the experience of VR without just letting people have a go on them and sending them out for free trials or something like that. But they require such enormous processing power, that's never going to happen. Because unless you've got kind of, you know, 3,000 or 4,000's worth of PC, it's really not worth bothering. Because it won't be immersive because of the frame rate or the detail you're seeing. Whereas obviously if you've got like a 4090 NVIDIA card, and a high resolution headset, it's a game changer, and it becomes totally immersive, and it fools you. But yeah, so I haven't actually responded to Pimax, and I'm not sure I want to review their hardware, because what am I going to say? All I'm going to say is, if you could see what I can see, which you can't. It's really tough. So by all means, I have had a go on a VR headset, by the way. My dad had one. He actually got rid of it in the end, because you make so many sacrifices in terms of operating an aircraft within the virtual environment that it becomes frustratingly difficult. So he gave up and sold his. He had a Reverb 2, I think it's called. And I had a go at his, went to visit and had a go on it. And yeah, it was great fun, but it has its limitations. Like I said, you can't sit at your desk and fill out a piece of paper or look something up or do whatever else. You are immersed in, you're sat inside the aeroplane with difficulty using the instrument panel. And it certainly works very well in DCS using HOTAS. So if you've got a Warthog stick and throttle setup, HOTAS throttle setup, you're absolutely laughing, because in DCS everything's HOTAS, or it should be in the modern fighter jets. So you don't have to look down to meddle around with things. You know, you're just going to be flicking switches on your fingers and thumbs. So it works perfectly for dogfighting in a modern fighter jet. But again, you can't really advertise that to anybody. It's something you have to go and experience. Okay, we're almost over to Dalaman. Got about 9 minutes to go. Our current rate of closure. And we seem to have a graphic anomaly in the ocean. We can see the tiles. Which is interesting. So as soon as we get to Dalaman, we'll follow the coast and we'll go visit Fethiye and carry on around towards where we're going. It'd be quite fascinating for me personally to go and see the hillside where the Yediburunla lighthouse is, which should be down on this corner. Yeah, there it is. So we went walking around these hills. There was several small towns. I don't know whether they'll be modelled. Probably not on this map. We went walking around down here. Just, yeah, to get to the lighthouse was a dirt track basically, so you can see it here going off out towards the main road. It was quite a trek to get down there on a gravel road for many miles. They actually had internet, and they'd done it by putting their own telephone cabling in. So they'd built their own pylons, or not pylons, their own telegraph wire poles, and ran their own telegraph wires. So I remember one day we were there and the telephones went out, so he basically got in his truck, went out with some tools and went climbing up poles to go and fix the telegraph wires. It was like, if I don't do it, we're not going to have that facility, so I have to go and do it myself. So yeah, I'm just reading the live stream comments about the VR stuff. It really is. It's at the moment the requirements to run it well require such enormous hardware. It cuts off 90% of the audience because they don't have sufficient hardware to do it well enough for it to be a good user experience. And for example, at the moment, I nearly knocked a glass over then. At the moment, I'm saving money ready for November. So I've already started saving. I've got a new computer fund on the go, which I'm hoping I'll have enough money by November to buy a new computer with a 4090 card in it, or whatever is good at the time, to run Flight Sim 2024. And I think this computer will be absolutely fine with it, to be honest. But this computer is now probably 3 years old, 4 years old. And it's going to be... I won't be able to run... I very much doubt I'll be able to run 2024 in high definition. It's going to move the bar on, isn't it, in terms of the level of detail being drawn. So I've started saving. So 6 months out, I started saving for a computer to run 2024 on. I imagine, well, I'm hoping multi-core will make a huge difference to 2024. It's interesting, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Com radios have started to kick in. Let's go and detune it. Okay, we have to detune this one. There we go, that shut it up. Yeah, it will be interesting. So I was just about to say before that happened, if we go and look at Task Manager, for example, and go to Performance, so you can see this doesn't show you all the cores, does it? If I go into HW Info, it's probably going to be difficult for you to see those numbers. Let's shut that down. Let's go into the IQ. Bring it to the foreground and go into the dashboard. So this is all the processor temperatures and things like that. So you can see, yeah, this is temperatures rather than work rate, but it gives you an idea of where the work's happening. There's not much hitting much of it at all, really, is there? Not in terms of temperature. So if I go and pull up HW Info again, give it a second. So yeah, it doesn't give you nice pretty graphs, but you can see here, there's the cores. It's only showing temperatures though, not the work rate. Core, there's the voltage through them, the clocks that they're running at, so 4.6 across the board. Core usage. So it's wavering around, but it's difficult to see. You can see there's this core 0 is a much higher use rate than the others. But I run the simulator purposely to not push it. So if we go and open Task Manager, that's the easiest place to see this. If you go and look at the GPU, yes, the RAM is maxed out because Flight Sim will do that. But the actual 3D stress on it is quite low, look. And that's because I'm running frame limited on purpose. And I'm running at 1080p, not at 4K. But interestingly, 4K won't bump it up that much. Because it's got it in hardware. It's not doing any more work in terms of the amount of things being thrown at it. It's just drawing them in higher resolution. But then in terms of the actual CPU, you can see that's running low as well. So Flight Sim doesn't trouble this PC much. Okay, I'm going to come off autopilot now. And we're going to fly in towards Fethiye over here. And fly the last bit of the route manually, because I think it'll be a bit more fun. We've talked about all sorts of things along the way. It's the longest flight I've done in ages. I didn't anticipate talking so much, but I did leave it on autopilot, so some of the future ones with small planes I might do airfield hopping instead of VOR hopping, because it's more interesting to watching me do lineups, you know, for patterns and all the rest of it. So there's Dalaman. I've been there long time ago. Let's shut these messages down on the GTN. So if we zoom out, we're not actually going to be following the plan anymore. We're just going to be flying along the coast, having a nosy about. I do remember from group flights that this area of Turkey, the scenery modelling is wonderful. So what we're going to do is fly around the coast now to get down to our destination, just to keep it interesting, really. Okay, so there's Fethiye out in the valley over here. We could cut through, couldn't we? But then I guess we'd miss seeing the lighthouse. If we cut through the valley, we could do that though to keep it kind of interesting and follow the road. Go over Fethiye, miss out the lighthouse, because all it's going to be is a rocky outcrop with a building on top. And I'm sure no one else is really that interested other than me. So we'll go a little bit inland. We'll go over the back of Fethiye and through the valleys. So yeah, half the reason you saw the processor graph and the GPU graph so low is because I frame limit this to 30 frames a second, or 50% of the refresh rate of the monitor. And I only output at 1080p, and I do that because I broadcast to YouTube at 1080p. I could broadcast to YouTube at 4K. I could plug a 4K screen in, but I don't know how many people bother watching YouTube videos at 4K, to be honest. Because that's going to be, there are a number of people now that have fibre to the house, but I think it's still quite rare. Or it's certainly not the majority, let's put it that way. We're very lucky that we've got fibre to the house, which was enabled me to upload. It's allowing me to stream this, for example, very easily. But also it allows me to upload content to YouTube incredibly quickly. Okay, so here comes Fethiye. You can see ourselves coming in across the coast here. Various resorts on the ground. Farms, businesses, look at all the irrigation tunnels, loads of them. So we'll carry on around the back of the hills here. Look at that mountain, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Like I said, this part of the world is modelled really, really nicely. The satellite data must be very good. More and more irrigation tunnels everywhere. So let's turn a little bit so we can see Fethiye out of the window. Have a look from outside for a bit.
Terrain ahead. Terrain ahead.
Should we inhibit tours? Otherwise it's going to annoy us. How are we doing on fuel? Pretty good. We're just about half a tank left, so we've done this on... Yeah, we could probably do 1,300 miles
500.
on a full tank. So there's a comment in the live stream saying they remember Flight Sim 95. I remember Flight Simulator 2. The first ever flight simulator I used, which you could argue isn't even a simulator, was called Flight Sim 737 on an 8-bit computer called an MSX. And it was written in BASIC, and it was a wireframe runway at takeoff with a couple of dials and gauges on the screen. And once you got above about 100 feet, and all you saw of the ground was the horizon line and the runway. But once you got above about 100 feet, all you saw was a radar plot with a pixel moving along, which was your aeroplane. And some dials and gauges. And we thought it was amazing. It was the best thing we'd ever seen. But up until that time, our frame of reference was for aeroplanes was combat on the Atari 2600. But yeah, Flight Simulator 2 on the Atari ST was the first proper flight simulator that I spent a lot of time playing.
$500.
And that's where I learned how to do radio navigation using VORs. Okay, we're getting there. 8 minutes to run until the end of our odyssey. I think I'll sleep well tonight. Just pulling the manifold pressure back a bit. It's funny, isn't it? Even though the Coronado, I know the Coronado aircraft don't simulate it accurately, but it still makes me a bit itchy looking around and seeing the manifold pressure right up against the end of the green line. I just don't like doing it. I kind of instilled it within myself to run the aeroplane engines within limits. You know, come what may. So, do we have a VOR at the destination that we can tune in? Should we have a look? No, we don't. Okay, that's fine. So we are slowly approaching our destination. We'll go through this little low-lying gap in the hills. I never tire of flying over the scenery, just looking down and wondering. As we mentioned this much earlier in the flight, about wondering about the people that live in these places and what their lives are like. think it'll always be a source of fascination to me to think that each of these buildings is, yeah, there's a family potentially. It's a nice thing to think about. So this is a lot of buildings here, isn't it? So what's this area called? Let's have a look on the map. So it doesn't actually have a specific name. So it's Antalya, isn't it? This area. So it looks like it's many, many more irrigation farms, probably doing factory farming of crops for their supermarkets, by the look of it. Row upon row. I guess because they've got the sea air, you can probably grow all sorts of things. Oh, I've just seen the live stream comment about the Apollo guidance computer, or the one that we used in training. Yeah, but the Apollo guidance computer is a hell of a story. There's a series of YouTube videos, sorry, not tutorials. There's a series of videos about the renovation of an Apollo guidance computer and plugging it into the Orbiter spaceflight simulator and using it. And yeah, it's an amazing story. But even the reading about the development of the Apollo guidance computer, it was such a huge leap ahead at the time for the size of it, for what it did. It was stunning.
$500.
Okay, so our destination is in sight over the end of that hill. The operating system that ran on the Apollo guidance computer and the basic systems in the machine itself were all leaps ahead at the time. But the guidance computer itself ran what we would now term virtual operating systems. It was a hell of a thing. Yeah, there's some amazing documentaries about it online. There's some great films about just aviation online as well.
500.
Almost there. 3 minutes to run until we get overhead the airfield that we are heading for. So I need to get some altitude. So we can see where the airfield is. We can obviously scout this out as well in a LittleNavMap. So if we go and have a look, we can have a look in Navigraph as well. So the the runway is right on top of the island in the middle. So does Navigraph agree with that? Yeah, it doesn't give us as much detail though. Why? big old tanker out there in the shipping lane. Okay, can we get a good look at the island yet? As we sit up a bit. There's several big, good videos on YouTube about the development of the SR-71 and how it navigated. It had all kinds of clever tricks on board. They could do astronavigation with the SR-71. I think that was their primary means, because once they were at altitude flying at cruise speed, it was their best method. Okay, let's just have a look. He also had all the radio kit on board. So we got a crosswind of 9 knots. So we can just, I think if we loop round, we'll come back in the opposite end. Okay, I'm just pulling the speed back. So gear down. All the lights on. Did I turn the strobes off earlier? I don't remember doing that. Maybe I never turned them on my word. So we are slowing down and preparing to land. So feeding the flaps in gently. Just side slipping to lose a bit of height and speed in a hurry.
$500.
Oh, we got down. Parking brake on. Engine off. Avionics off. Landing lights off. Pitot heat off. Alternators off. Battery off. And fuel off. Open the door and let some air in. And there we go, we did it, ladies and gentlemen. Leg 4 of our round the world trip is in the books and done. So I just need to write up the blog post covering off the route and where we went today, and we'll call it a day. So thank you very much if you watched along the way. I apologise for my inane drivel along the way. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I'll be back with another leg fairly soon, but I imagine we'll be interspersing it with other videos showing things, because lots of people keep asking me to make videos of certain things. So one of the more common ones just recently has been to do some beginner starting guides for some of the bigger aeroplanes that have come out recently. I used to do beginner's guide to starting things, and I've somehow not done it recently, so I'll be getting back to that. So I'll see you all again soon. Okay, take care. And watch out for the blog post. If you've not seen it yet, I'll just pull it up in a browser quickly. If you go to johnbeckett.substack.com, you will find my blog. You can subscribe by email for free. And everything I put on YouTube goes in the blog, and you get an email when it goes out. And also I put other things in, like my collection of photographs at Hendon RAF Museum from a while ago. So there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photographs of aeroplanes. So yes, I really am aviation mad as you might expect. So I'll see you all again soon anyway. Take care. See you soon.